Friday, everybody. Hello, and welcome to Law and Lumber and Friday Night Frenzy. Tech issues are the best. They are so much fun, especially when you've been like a full week away from everything. And that's just what happens. It's what happens. So you guys know how we do it. Let's go ahead and tell everyone where you're tuning in from. How was your week? Did you guys enjoy the show that was the Murdoch trial this week? Because I did. We've got some stuff to cover tonight. Where are you tuning in from? Do you have a cocktail? Do you have a beverage of some sort? Do you have tea or water or some hydration or some popcorn? Any combination of the two or three. I don't really know, but yeah. So are you feeling better? I'm feeling okay. If I explode into a coughing fit, then that will be just fine. Alexandria, Virginia. Just water in New York City. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Hydration is amazing. Rob works on Rob time. He's not late. He's early. Rob arrives when Rob can. I try. Oh. Read Long from Minnesota. That's wonderful. Hi from Ohio. Kansas City barbecue and beer. Colorado drinking some soda. That's wonderful. Sykesville, Maryland. That's just up the street. Pullman, Washington. RC Cola and tacos. RC Cola. Is that still a thing? I hope so. That's awesome. Hey, Gina. Hi, Rob. Hope you're feeling better. Joining from Boca Raton, Florida. Hello, Boca Raton. It's Rob's channel. He can be late if he wants to. Hi, Chrissy. Good to see you here. Hope you're doing wonderful, and thank you very much for being here. Wonderful indeed. Pepsi and paper crafting in Minnesota. Paper and crafting, wonderful. I've got some shop stuff I got to do this weekend, so it's going to be a fun shop weekend. So, yeah. Renton, Washington. Ooh, that's a fun place. A little bit a little bit east in Washington. I know that area. It's pretty cool. Drinking coffee coming in from Florida. That's fantastic. Vez from Quebec. Thank you very much for the early super chat. Hope you feel better, Rob. Having pina colada too many from the near U.S. Canadian border. Oh, that's fun. Scott's got vitamins for me. He is in D.C. doing a little bit of tour. I saw that you were live earlier today, my friend, from Colonial Williamsburg. Great place to be. Lindsay, iced coffee with espresso rum. Thai on the way in Seattle. I love Thai. Thai food's fantastic. Hopefully it's spicy, but not too spicy because I know you have a capsaicin allergy. Pretzels and iced tea here. Thank you. That sounds wonderful as well. Iced tea is always great. Hopefully sweet tea because we've got a South Carolina trial. Let's see. Water here in Newport News. We've got, Super Susan. First Friday Night Frenzy Live. Oklahoma, Pepsi, and fettuccine Alfredo. So excited. Glad to have you here. Hope you had a wonderful week. Water in St. Paul, Minnesota. Y'all, this is, oh my gosh, I'm trying to scroll. There's so many of you. Austin, Texas with some Coca-Cola. That's wonderful. I have to tell you about something this week that just drove me nuts. Loving RC Cola and Moon Pies. Fantastic. Diet Mountain Dew in New England. Okay. Bacon cheeseburger and Mountain Dew. It's the way to drink Mountain Dew with a bacon cheeseburger. Virginia and Old Fashioned. That's my drink of choice. I love it. It's fantastic. All right. Coffee and Sambuca. Fantastic. How was your week? Did you guys have fun this week? Did we have a good week? Are we settled into 2023 yet? Because it's already almost February. I swear, time is just a construct. Yeah, all the things. Maryland and blue raspberry electrolytes. Thank you, Cassandra. That's awesome. All right. So we have a lot to cover today because we're going to try and do a little bit of a Murdoch recap. And then we've got a little bit of the SBF stuff, but we're going to hold on to that for a little bit later. We're going to try and cover as much of the Murdoch case as we can this week because there was a lot of stuff, fireworks, and a lot of fun right off the bat. So let's go ahead and roll the intro, get things running. And then who knows? I might have guessed. Might not. Maybe someone that's been covering the Murdoch trial. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have surprises, I think. Anyways, without further ado, let's get rolling. Okay, and we're back officially. And while I do this, Terry Downs, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Terry Downs. Happy birthday to all the January birthdays. Someone else who has a January birthday, someone who celebrated that birthday on Friday the 13th. How you doing, Kurt?
I am fantastic. How are you, Ray?
That's the energy that we need. Oh my God.
It is a glorious day in Austin, Texas. And I am happy to be spending it with you.
I love the energy. You've been streaming all day long, and you still got that energy.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Kurt, look at the chat.
I am renewed by the love that is the chat. They fill me with joy.
Look at all the Kurts and orange hearts. Oh my gosh, the chat. You guys are great. Oh, yeah, Kurt's a little loud because Kurt's a little excited because it's Friday and it's the end of a long week, but Kurt is just loud enough that we can hear him because he's excited.
Yes.
Happy January, end of January. Hey, weren't we promised something by the end of January, like charges in the Alec Baldwin case?
Yes, that's true, but it hasn't happened yet. So,
but the promise was by the end of the month.
They're going to wait for that last day, aren't they? Tuesday.
Dude, if they release these charges on Tuesday, like after making that big drawn out announcement, you got to be kidding me.
Maybe it'll be January the 32nd or 35th or 42nd.
Is there now can we petition to have a 32nd day of January just because the year is already going by?
I'm not ready for this month to be over. It just started, damn it.
What's going on? It did. It was, I feel like we just celebrated New Year and it's now February. What the heck?
Fuck.
Oh, yeah, that was a very good whisper. You have to whisper those early on in the stream.
It's after 7 minutes now. I think we're okay.
Well, it was whispered. It wasn't, it was a duck. That's what we were commenting about the ducks on Alex Murdaugh's hunting property, the 1,700 acre hunting property in South Carolina.
Not so much the duck as the chicken. Chicken.
So here's the thing. You were happy about this, and I have no clue what this is. So you have to give me some explanation about the avatar, please.
Okay, yeah. So the Alex Murdaugh trial has been interesting in really not very many ways. So we've had to create our own fun, and one of which is we have decided on our channel to propose an alternate suspect, namely the chicken, which was found deceased at the scene. We have posited that it is a murder-suicide committed by Chicken, that Chicken is an operative of SLED, the government, and that this was all a nefarious plan. So we have decided that real suspect is Chicken.
Real suspect is Chicken.
Yes.
I don't know that I'm going to dispute you on that because, well, so was all of this positing during today's slog of forensic evidence that got just
last couple of days? We've also created a love story narrative on my channel, separate and apart from Chicken.
This is my favorite. Hang on, because I have to find a screen grab of this. Give me 1 sec. I think I can probably find one from today.
Shouldn't be that hard.
It can't be that hard, right? Let me see if I can get a screen grab of the lovely. Oh nope, there's two of our love trio. Let me see if I've got one with the third. Come on, give me a break. Come on, Court.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna pull up one that has two of our trio. There. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, hang on.
The love triangle. The love triangle is the real story. That no one wants you to know about, and you'll only find out about on Uncivil Law. No one else has this.
No one else.
Legal Vices doesn't have this. Legal Vices doesn't have this. Emily D. Baker doesn't have this. No one else has the love triangle that is seal, clock, and chandelier. This has been the story. We have created a complete narrative between these three lovebirds.
First of all, the chat is undefeated.
Yes.
As a duck, I endorse these accusations. Mrs. Cluck was innocent.
Yep.
You guys are ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Seal, YouTube, this is satire. Yes, YouTube, this is satire. Uh, this is ridiculous. Was the chicken trained by the Black Panthers of the FBI?
We
Hit
did
by
have
the
that today.
chicken?
That was fun.
You
We
guys.
did learn
Yes.
about the Navy SEALs
I have. Oh no,
and
I
the
have.
Black. Did you miss that part of the testimony?
No,
That was exciting.
It's not just the testimony. I have the video. I have the video pulled up of the actual.
Oh,
interview.
good. Oh, good. Yeah,
We're
that
gonna
was
watch
a.
the interview.
I was like, what now?
Because
The sunflowers. How do sunflower seeds relate to the FBI? Relate to the Navy SEALs? Relate to the Black Panthers? The answer may surprise you.
if this case could not get any wilder, someone else in the chat, I saw it 3 times. I suspect foul play. Y'all, come on. Wait, no, Foghorn Leghorn did it. I do declare that
Yep.
I was the shooter in the barn of these individuals. And I don't mean to play light of this stuff, but this case could not get any wilder with
Nope.
the timeline and the accusations. I can't, like, this is a Grisham novel.
No, it definitely is a Grisham novel for sure.
So-
that much cannot be denied.
So what you are seeing on your screen right now is what Court TV has taken as their, when we go to break, this is what they are doing. Each camera has a separate thing that they have to focus on. One of them
Right.
is the state seal of South Carolina. The other one is the clock that depicts the time in the courtroom. And the third is the chandelier. And we have posited all sorts of theories to these 3 things.
Now, what makes it interesting is that not all these things are on the screen at the same time, and not always in the same places. So, because of what objects are brought in and what objects are not, and where they are, we've concocted a love story. In our version of the love story, Seal and Clock are involved in a torrid love affair, and Chandelier is the interloper, dangling from above, trying to interfere between the gazes of Clock and Chandelier.
Amazing.
But ironically enough, by the very act of casting its light, Chandelier helps Seal and Clock to see each other even better than before. So its very act of envy is driving these people together. What does Clock see in Seal, and what does Seal see in Clock? Well, they're both round. They both have hash marks around their circumference, and they both are trying to communicate a message.
You know, I just
They have-
realized that the South Carolina seal looks like an owl's face.
Yes.
Tell me
Yes.
that doesn't look like an owl's face. Like, you see the big eyes with the beak?
It looks like an owl's face. I think this could be part of the lore. We're now going to say that Seal has also doubled as a mascot for Tootsie Roll.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
So we have facts that John Grisham would struggle to come up with
Yeah.
as far as how wild this narrative, and we have a love story that Nicholas Sparks would love to incorporate in the Seal, Clock, and Chandelier trifecta.
We also think that Clock and Seal are involved in nefarious undercuttings, because there was a point when Chandelier was not on screen, but Clock and Seal were in reverse positions. Clock was on the left and Seal was on the right. And then the moment that Chandelier came back, they switched places. So Chandelier is trying to expose something, but they were too quick for Chandelier, reverting to their other things. Also, we have reason to believe that all might not be well in the love relationship between Seal and Clock, because Seal was recently heard saying to Clock, "You've changed."
Oh, well, that happens with the passage of time. That was so bad. That was so bad. I am so ashamed of myself for doing that. Oh my gosh. The dad jokes are just flowing. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
So as I've said, this is the quality commentary that you can only get on Uncivil Law. No one else has this. No one else has this breaking information. And also occasional appearances with molding. And
what does molding have to do with it?
Well,
like
molding
like the actual crown molding.
I think molding is the unintentional witness to it all, and will be called to trial in a future hearing.
Well, this is shocking to me.
Yeah.
I had none of this idea. Does one of them need representation by divorce counsel?
There may be a need for divorce counsel.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I need local counsel in South Carolina so I can wave in and represent either Seal and or Clock in this dispute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, all three are curvy and round, and Chandelier arguably has, well, it's which has more curves, Clock or Chandelier? Because Chandelier Chandelier's got 6 arms, but Clock is just all curve. So I mean,
Yeah. Well, and then Seal has curves within the curves.
yeah, it's curves upon curves. It's curveception.
It is. There's a lot of curveception going on.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And
Yeah.
suggestive imagery. I see this. This is fantastic. Okay. Yeah. No. So Chandelier is coming in like a wrecking ball, swinging in from the rafters and breaking up this torrid relationship between Clock and Seal. If only Seal could give Clock a kiss from a rose from the grave.
That's right. I want to swing. I am the chandelier. Chandelier. Yeah, I think we have theme songs. It's a musical. It's all coming together.
Yeah. There used to be a it's too
and we've also heard many descriptions of the rain and the storm that was coming in the night of the murder and stuff. And so we've heard Torrid Tale, and I've also written my own descriptions. It was a dry rain, the kind of rain with the droughts sweeping in from the Carolina foothills.
I can't right now. This is with this trial and how the drama that plays out in the courtroom. Of course, we have to create this drama that appears on screen. But Court TV is doing this. Court TV is doing this. It is every single break they go to these 3 images. Every break.
Yes.
Like, why is Court TV? I mean, I get it. You want to focus on the not people in the courtroom. But come on. You've made us make a love story.
I think Chandelier is just trying too hard. I think that's the thing. It's all glitzy and gold and glammed up. I think it's just trying too hard. It's not content to just be what it wants to be. It doesn't understand the simplicity of Seal. And it wants to gossy itself up, but it's not really what Seal is looking for. It's just looking for something a little bit simpler, a little bit more basic. And the wooden frame of Clock is really where Seal's at right now in its life.
I love the confusion that is the chat right now. Guys, I have been flipping around watching this trial on everyone's channel, and Kurt's covering it, Emily's covering it. I've listened to Yodeling Pickles. I've listened to Andrew Branca postulate on his theories, and I've listened to Gun Analysis on Ricada. I've listened to Kurt come up with the Clock, Chandelier, and Seal drama. This as a spectator, this trial has been fun to watch on YouTube's with all the different people that are analyzing it. It's been really pretty amazing.
Yep.
So, yeah. Damn, got Kiss from a Rose stuck in my head. Thanks, Rob. I apologize for nothing. That's a fantastic song. And Seal is a fantastic singer of that song. So that is how the week has been going. Oh my gosh. Do we want to, let's see here. Let's start with, let's start with something funny this week. Do you guys feel like something funny this week? I want to do something funny this week. All right, let's see. Let's see if anyone can catch anything going on in this particular video that I found hilarious because I'm a child.
Know that when it goes to 0, it just goes line.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. I didn't get close for you, but you can edit it. You can edit the pictures.
I can pull it in.
Oh, that's a good one. Look.
Do you see it?
What is she laughing at?
I don't know.
What is she laughing
at? It's crazy.
Oh, your mom has her eyes closed on that one.
Oh, yeah, she does.
Well, she almost looks like she's got her eyes closed too. It's probably the sun. Oh, they have it. What is she laughing at?
I have no clue. I thought Country Mart tons were closed. To go to Quick Trip. I go to Quick Trip.
It was just cute.
I like it. I use every ounce of gas in my car.
Just I can't.
I don't know. We're like, oh, what are, she's like a crazy person.
Just thinking.
I think we need to commit her. What is she looking at?
It's not that funny. How bad?
I don't care. I can't because the laughing. It's the laughing that makes me die. No, brush the hair. Y'all, there are those laughs. There are those laughs that just you can't help but laughing when you hear the person laugh. I'm sorry. Like I said, I have the maturity of a 15-year-old. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Oh. Do you like that, Kurt? That's a good, mature way of entering into a case about a double murder. He's got the chicken. The chicken.
That's all I have for in response, really, is chicken in cowboy hat at a police lineup. That's my response to that. Look at my chicken, Rob. Look at my chicken.
At the chicken. We're laughing at tiny hands. Chickens. Oh, I needed that so bad. Oh, okay. Whew. All right. That made me feel better. So, serious topics.
Serious topics? You actually want to talk about? Topics? You want to talk about the double murder in a serious way now?
I don't know if we want to do that yet. I did get something else sent to me this week that I thought was fantastic. Let me see. What was this one? The police test DNA. So from Fox 10 in Phoenix, police test DNA on Rhode Island's girls' cookies, carrots for evidence of Santa Claus. Dear Cumberland Police Department, I took a sample of a cookie and carrots that I left for Santa and the reindeer on Christmas Eve and was wondering if you could take a sample of DNA and see if Santa is real. From blank and Cumberland, Rhode Island. You know what? Good for you, young lady. Good for you.
And good for the police on playing into this. This is good shit.
Look at the bags. Look at the carrot bag. The carrots, the little nibbles of the carrots. Oh my gosh. What's better is the police play into it. Immediately instructed. So as such, Chief Matthew Benson immediately instructed his investigative division to forward her evidence to the state Rhode Island Health Department of Health and Forensic Sciences Unit for analysis. Bite marks will be compared with dental records. Cumberland police say they may have photographic evidence of Santa Claus in town on December 24th, releasing trail footage.
The only way this story can get more rich is if one of the parents actually took a bite out of it, and the police actually test for DNA, and they run it through the machine, and it pops a result.
No,
that is the only way this story gets more rich.
but that's the way the story takes a terrible turn. Chief Benson,
wouldn't this just be the ultimate? That'd be the ultimate.
Oh,
bad news! Santa did come. Worst news: your father's under arrest.
Oh gosh, Chief Benson notes this young lady obviously has taken a keen sense for truth in the investigative process and did a tremendous job packaging her evidence for submission. We will do our best to provide answers for her. And then submits a request for the DNA testing.
Dad's going to prison for 30 years. I'm telling you, that's the way the story ends. I'm not sure how, but Dad's going to prison for 30 years.
When police say they're awaiting the test results, they say the department's been in contact with a detective and provided her with a photo of a reindeer, which may have already be some uncovered evidence in support of Santa Claus' presence in her neighborhood the night of December 24th. And then they release home security footage of a deer. Legit. This is amazing. Cops, do this. Do more of this. Like your PR teams, all of this. Period. This is fantastic.
Encourage kids to send in more of their parents' DNA. I'm sure the parents are all about that. We're going to have to start burning our trash up.
Because just random DNA is going to show up. The reindeer. But look how this girl packages this. By the way, someone sent her a job application. Because this right here is the type of forensic detail that we need. This girl could have solved the Murdaugh trial in one day.
I have seen worse from police. Some of the evidence handling court, for example, today was arguably worse than this.
This is what I'm talking about. We heard about an entire investigation that took place involving shoe marks that we have no clue how they got there yet. Neither does one of the investigators. And then we've got people that were all over the scene, people that were allowed to walk through the scene. Mr. Murdaugh was allowed to walk around the scene without any restriction whatsoever. And this young lady here ends up bagging and tagging carrots that were eaten by reindeer, as well as cookies that might have trace DNA on it from Santa Claus. You know what? Let's get this girl employed. Yeah.
This is some Batman villain origin story, isn't it?
Which one? The girl that's doing the investigation of Santa Claus, or just Murdaugh?
No, girl with Santa Claus, as she sees her father ripped away from her, and she realizes it's all her fault.
I can see that.
I'm writing canon in my head for this whole thing. It's a dark place in Uncivil Law's mind.
Yeah, it's you know what? Let's keep it in the brain, because that little girl, that she deserves amazing results. So Rhode Island, do your investigative work and please confirm the existence of Santa Claus for that young lady.
Yes, let's keep it in the mind. Unlike the victims of Alex Murdaugh.
Oh my gosh, that was a dark transition, but I'm here for it. So
yes,
do we want to give people a recap of where everything was at the beginning of so this week we had the beginning of the trial that was set to commence on Monday and began with jury selection.
With the most interesting jury selection on many levels that I think either of us have seen in a while.
I couldn't believe it. Actually, wow.
It had the entire jury selection had this very sort of casual, friendly atmosphere. I kept waiting for the mayor to come in and announce the start of the carnival. It was a very strange thing. We had people announcing they were happily divorced. We had people announcing they were single, but looking to change it. We had the clerk who's like, yes, I will take your business card.
Whoa. You rolled past that way too quick. What?
Oh, no, yeah, no, because they're asking, like, are you single, divorced, and what's your spouse do? So it's like one person's like, yes, I'm happily divorced. And they ask another guy who's like two people later, incidentally. And he's like, I'm single, but I'm looking to change that. And so if anyone's looking, he basically said exactly this in open court. I'm like, this is great. We have turned this into a dating bar. I'm here for it. And the clerk, who seems to literally know everybody, is like, oh, you work down at that restaurant. Oh, yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, it's off of Snakebite Road in Reeford. Oh, yeah, Snakebite Road. I go there all the time. Sure, of course you do. You know. Yeah,
it's a town of what?
The clerk who's like, oh, I'm a personal trainer. The clerk who says, the juror who says, oh, I'm a personal trainer. The clerk says, oh, can I get your business card? I'm looking for a new trainer. Super duper. This is fine. We're just mixing and matching all things over here. The electrician who says, I'm an electrician, is like, can we get your card for services? Everyone laughs. And then she's like, I'm not kidding. And everyone laughs. Don't forget to give us your business card.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
These things and more actually happened in this jury selection. It had the clerks seemed to know everybody, know where everyone works, the location, everything. I think the clerk's daughter was subpoenaed for jury service, so that was a fun little moment. But so was everyone. Everyone was subpoenaed for jury service. They sent out 900 voir dires. Only 35 people live in the entire county. 35,000 people live in the entire county.
Yes.
Yeah. So once you eliminate all the people that are under 18, they subpoenaed the county, Rob. They subpoenaed the county. Yeah. So it's like, and they've got food trucks out there that are selling elephant ears in the parking lot.
I'm so confused on so many different levels. Like, and here I am looking for the jury selection rules to try and see if I can find the selection rule.
Yeah.
Because what ended up happening was probably one of the wildest things I've ever seen. So they go to a break and they had whittled it down to they had pulled 3 panels, right? Essentially
4 panels of 80.
Four total panels of 80.
Mm-hmm. And they got down to 121.
And then all of a sudden they went to a break and we're like, okay, they're going to put them back on and they're going to start striking them for cause.
Nope. They didn't do that. They just said, okay, do you want to swear in this juror or not? And like, we got to 18, like basically instantly.
Well, and this is the closest thing that I can find to something that gives me some explanation of what the heck happened. Because let me see here. This one. So this is the ruling, or this is how you select a jury in a criminal case conducted in a county in South Carolina. Move the window so I can see. Circuit court judge may. Oh no, that's a different one. I wanted the other one. Why can't I do that? I want the other tab. Give me the other tab, please. Dun dun dun.
For those of you asking, yes, elephant ears are just basically the same thing as funnel cake. It's just dough that's fried and then usually covered with powdered sugar. It is unhealthy and fucking awesome. And sometimes also you can top it with fruit like strawberries or peaches or stuff.
Well, that sounds
badass.
That sounds wonderful.
It is pretty great.
Jury selection.
It's deep fried dough covered in sugar. What's not to love?
I have no objection to this, but I do have an objection as to why this is not disposition of name selection. There we go. Selection of jurors by drawing. Let me see if I can pull this window up, because things are not cooperating because, technology, right? We talked about this. So selection of jurors by drawing. All jurors must be selected by drawing ballots from the jury box and subject to exceptions contained herein. The persons whose names are on the ballots so drawn must be returned to serve as jurors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then there's the number. Then there's the preparation of special jury list, number of jurors to be drawn and summoned. So this is the summons.
Yeah.
But where is this weird method that they used? Because what ends up happening is they did essentially smash or pass, or seat or yeet, whichever one you want to call it.
I do love jury selection, smash or pass.
Special jury, no special jury. Irregularities, no. Certain circumstances. Prepared special, nope, didn't need that. Number to be drawn, nope, didn't need that. Summoning jurors, disqualifications, there we go. Objection and challenges. Ascertainment of qualifications, examined by the court, time for making objection, liability to pay taxes, and paneling the jury in the court of common pleas. Issues in order to be framed by the judge. So that's equity case. So this is civil.
Paneling a jury in a criminal case.
There we go. Impaneling a jury in criminal. Jurors must be called, sworn, and paneled anew for each trial or case according to established practice. Okay?
That's helpful.
Very awesome. Peremptory challenges. Okay, we saw that. Not exceeding 5. Okay. In no case where there's more than one defendant jointly tried. Okay.
So I guess we're just doing it on the written papers. Written voir dire or bust.
Apparently, juror may take an affirmation instead of an oath. That's very nice of them.
Yeah.
I didn't. So what bothered me about it was I'm sitting here going, we get through that and it's going through the process. And I'm thinking they're going to do cause strikes because there's too much information these guys have to not have strikes for cause.
Mm-hmm.
And they come back and literally within 15 minutes, we've got a whole jury of 12 selected. What the
18.
heck? 18 with alternates. It was fantastic. I mean, honestly, it was wild, but you know what?
A juror, every juror in under a minute. It's great.
It was great. It was
no
great.
problem.
So we had a jury impaneled, and of course, the judge is amazing. I love this judge.
The judge is very no nonsense. He knows what he likes. He's just very clear. He's very good at wrangling them. He's like, this is what's going on. He has no F's left to give. He's a hero to us all.
By the end of the day, we have opening arguments or opening statements.
Yep.
He's just moving along. So do we want to watch any of the opening statements or do we want to bypass those?
Oh, no.
No?
No, not really.
They weren't that good.
They weren't that good.
They left a lot to be desired. They really did.
The thing I'll take away is that the prosecution seems to realize their case is a little weak because they spent quite a lot of time on legal concepts, which is okay. They spent a lot of time on it. It's like, this is to be judged under a standard of reasonable doubt, but the key word is reasonable. And then they emphasize that point for the next 30 minutes. It went on for a hot minute.
Can we go to this one? Because I do want to do this real quick. Because this one was
statements.
Oh, wait. Sorry, that was fast. The way the prosecutor started, I said this opening statement has promise. And
I did like the way it started. I like the sort of cold open where it's like he gives a little thing and then he introduces himself. Very nice.
It was great. It was a great method. I love the way he started, but then it went south from there. But I do want to play the start because the start was going, we're going to get fireworks. This is the beginning of opening statement by the prosecutor. This is the judge. Judge is fantastic. We love him. We love his chair. I want that chair so badly. It hurts.
People are saying that you need to swoosh.
I need to swoosh. I need to swoosh. Swooshing. Here we go. We're going to swoosh.
There you go.
So we love the judge's chair. Judge's chair is fantastic. Every other chair in this courtroom, we hate.
Yeah. Especially the witness chair. It's like, what is this thing? It does look terrible.
So judge gives opening, and then here's the beginning of the opening, and fireworks come within the first 30 seconds. So don't worry about the timing on this one.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Side note, why does it feel like a helicopter is taking off in that courtroom?
We've definitely heard planes pass overhead and stuff like that. So yeah.
And someone's phone.
They're doing some crop dusting, probably doing some mulching outside right now too, just to, why not?
They might be, but someone's phone is going off in that courtroom every 2 seconds. And the vibration is really freaking annoying. You can hear it on the mic all the time. But
this is the best courtroom audio, ironically, of any trial we've heard yet. In this low country, South Carolina, they have the best audio.
I think Virginia was better. I think Depp was better. Okay. That's just me being partial.
Okay.
On the evening of June 7th, 2021, at the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County, his son Paul Murdoch was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alex Murdaugh, took a 12-shade shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it was a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head and did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a .300 Blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle. And the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property. Picked up that .300 Blackout rifle and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen in the leg, and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that again did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at those kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Colleton Waters. I'm with the Attorney General's office and I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before. With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Gow, John.
See,
And that's when the defendants were seen taking off from the sack of suds in great haste.
it was a great, that's a great opening to an opening statement. It was,
No, I love it. I love it.
That opening,
I think it's great.
Fantastic.
I think it's great. Great vocal variety, great energy, good use of space. He's good use with his gestures and stuff. I'm engaged. I'm ready to go. And then
noises,
we got a whole lot of nothing for a while.
Bang, bang, the slamming the phone down. All of that was just beautiful.
Yeah, it's a real shame that he hasn't shown any of those things. But hey, there's always tomorrow.
Well, and the other thing is, he does the other good thing I like that he did here was a lot of attorneys don't do it, and I think they need to. This jury is going to be sitting in that courtroom for the next 3 weeks, and they're going to have questions about who's sitting in the room. He goes through for the next 5 minutes and basically introduces every single investigator that's sitting on their side of the aisle, which is really, really, really great, because if you're a jury, you're sitting there and you have no idea who these people are, and you don't want them, as the attorney, I don't want them wondering who they are rather than listening to what's being said on the stand. So I'm going to introduce them now and get that out of the way so you're not thinking about it. So the person you're thinking about is who's on the stand. I thought it was a great opening, but all of that to say, I hated where he went after this. It went into opening statement 101, like how they teach you in law school, how to make an opening statement. Of you walk them through the literal model jury instructions for what a circumstantial evidence case is, for what circumstantial evidence is. Find better examples of how to explain it. Like, I understand that, the whole it's raining outside and it's raining outside because you can hear it. And that's circumstantial evidence. That's not direct evidence. I get that. There are better ways of explaining it. Find one that's closer and more analogous to this particular case. And I know that he tried to bring it home with the storm is coming, But at the very end of this thing, the one thing I did not hear in the entire opening statement was the freaking motive. And I know it's because they want to bring the financial crimes in, but I'm finding a way to slip something in there.
Mm-hmm. Well, they agreed not to in opening.
I get it, but find a way to hint at it.
Mm.
Get close to it. Like we have to play devil's advocate a lot, like where we're very critical of the prosecutors for overstepping, very critical of defense attorneys for overstepping. The thing is, your job is to make the case. And there's a certain amount of overstepping that's kind of expected. And I love this. Motive is not required. It's not. Motive is not required. It is not required. You are 100% right. However, on a personal level, find me a jury that will convict someone unanimously without understanding or having an idea why the person did it.
Well, especially here where the factual picture by the prosecution's seeming own admission leaves a lot to be desired. Like, we don't have a confession, we don't have it on tape, we don't have a witness, we don't really have forensics from him putting really on the scene. We don't have a lot of stuff. The evidence against him is a little speculative.
Now, we do have some very awkward statements by Mr. Murdoch. Like, very awkward statements.
Debatable. I mean, I'm not going to convict a man because his statements are, not ideal, especially because different people respond to stress in different ways. But yeah, are there statements from him and the way he's presenting that's a little awkward? Yeah, maybe, but yeah.
But I'm not faulting him for that. What I'm saying is basically, and this gets back to the motive thing. Yes, we all know greed, insurance money. We know the financial motive. We know what the prosecution wants to say. There's currently rulings outstanding that preventing the prosecutor from doing that. The prosecutor could have gone a little more aggressive in their motions practice to get those rulings beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
The defense has done very, very, very good aggressive motions work. While people can view the defense as being very frustrating to watch because they file motions left, right, and center, that is a litigation tactic. And when you are litigating against that, what that is that's them papering you to death so that you're constantly on the defense and you're not arguing your own motions. So the prosecutor, when they're seeing a defense team that's filing motions like that, they need to get ahead of it and they need to file motions. They need to get these arguments heard.
Mm-hmm.
They need to realize who they're litigating against, and they need to adapt. I was kind of frustrated that they didn't get the motive in because it might have given people an understanding of the case from the beginning. They might have been looking at this an entirely different way. So that's something that you've got to think of. It's just, there was something there. They could have driven it home further. They could have gone further. It was a safe opening statement.
Yeah.
Now, the flip side of that is the opening statement delivered by the defense, which was
confused, jumbled. I don't really know what it was. It lacked coherence.
It did. And I'm gonna pull this up out of turn. Because I forget to do this all the time. You guys, there's 2,400 of you, 2,500 of you almost here. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, it does help people come and see the stream. I always forget to ask for it. I really do. Andy, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks for being here, buddy. I really appreciate it. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream, it can help people see some of this recap from a really wild week in court. So let's listen to.
I disagree. It really hasn't been that wild. It's been, at least for me, a whole lot of meh.
A couple of fireworks. I want to get to a couple of fireworks. I like watching these attorneys. They're snarky AF. Okay. Harpootlian is he's hilarious to me. But yeah, let's see some of his opening.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian.
Dick.
Introduce myself to y'all and our attorneys, the three other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alex Murdaugh, or Murdoch, depending on how you pronounce it.
Well,
I
isn't
say
what
it's
he
our
pronounces
honor
it kind of
because
important?
I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up. This is Alex Murdaugh. And Alex was the loving father of Paul and the loving mother of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship.
There were good parts. There's good parts and bad parts. Good part. So cringe part is the we are honored.
Did he forget to write an opening?
I don't know. I don't know. Now he's got a very good courtroom demeanor. But what I will say is that good part and awkward, good part, bad part. Good part, there's a casual nature to his speech that really actually is quite comforting. And for people that are watching this on screen and don't like it, and have an opposition to him, I will say that when he made his Franken Beans argument today, or his Franken Beans question, the jury was heard laughing. You could hear the jury laughing. So we might be critiquing this from outside the courtroom, but I want you guys to remember what we've been talking about in a lot of these cases. You don't know how it feels from inside the courtroom. That attorney's there reading the jury, and they look, he does this for a career. He's done this for what, 20, 30 years? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have his track record and by just completely failing in every regard. So he might seem off-putting to you from this end of the screen, but people were responding to him. So he is awkward in this one. The honored to represent him, it comes off fake. Having him stand up, oh, that was so terribly orchestrated. Like you talk to your client about that beforehand, and you have your client at least delay and not jump out of his chair. And then you have him sit down immediately afterwards. And then you move on from that. And good Lord, learn how to pronounce his name or how he prefers to pronounce it, because it's the question.
It's one of the two. It's not important anyway. It's just my client.
It's not important. You know how many people are struggling over this one fact, how to pronounce his name? You could have spent 5 minutes explaining why the name is pronounced the way it should be pronounced, and you would have become endearing to the jury immediately. Mm-hmm. And you also would have put all the questions to rest. Oh, this drove me nuts. Now, all of that to say, he was rambling. It didn't really close a lot of loops, but he snuck in a few little blows in there. And he did move around the courtroom like an experienced litigator. Where was it? He did the arm thing. Let me see. Fast forward. Because where does he go to the jury box? He walks him over to the jury box, which I thought was a great move. Oh, come on, Dick. So this is the well. That's what we call the space in front of the jury. He does a good job walking around. Go to the jury box. I know you did it. Sure. Point to the jury box. Oh, wait. Did you do it here? Mm-hmm. And we learned that his nickname is Poot. That was like, how Southern can you get? There you go. Great move. Great move.
He's
So the
not
hands
wearing
of the-
he's not wearing seersucker though, so
He's not wearing seersucker.
that is just wrong.
Why isn't Murdaugh wearing a tie? I don't know that I would have told him wear a tie. I think he's dressed fine. I have no problem with that.
Where's his bow tie?
One of the reasons he's not wearing a tie, if I'm just speculating, this is speculation zone. If the state ever gets to produce their motive of financial crime, seeing someone who's accused of financial crime in a tie, I wouldn't have my client wear a tie. So financial crime plus tie, generally they don't like seeing that. So, and then Kurt, the chat is correcting you. It's not summertime. It's not time for seersucker yet. I can see that being fair.
Okay.
But if this trial, at the end of the trial, I imagine we'll see a nice looking suit at the very end. But so he does this move I thought was good.
You hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records he keeps talking about, I would say to you, are not necessarily accurate to the extent.
This is something you see litigators do. They mess with their pockets a lot. They do it to kind of break up the eye contact. It's actually it's a nice move. But that seat looks like and has looked like the most uncomfortable witness chair I've ever seen in my entire life. It's horrible. Every witness, heaven forbid, a witness has to be on there for longer than a day. Like, looks like it gives you terrible posture. But that was a good move. Going over, engaging the witness stand, engaging the jury in that regard.
I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will that have been promised something or threatened with something that may take the witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't kill Butcher, his son and wife.
This is the other thing he does during his opening statement. One of the things the prosecutor wants to do is make things seem so gruesome that every time they say it, it has an impact on you. Butcher, execute. Terrible words. The prosecutor wants to own those words. Here's how you take the words away from the prosecutor. You use them so many times that the jury becomes numb to them. You use them so often that when the prosecutor gets up and says Butcher, you heard it so many other times, it doesn't have the same meaning as it does if it's used once or twice.
Yeah, I understood what he was trying to do. I felt like there had to be a better way to go about it, was my first reaction. But, maybe not. I'm
just giving my critique of the opening statements based on what I saw. The last thing he did that I thought was great was the "you might hate me" part.
We probably will, Dick.
He did a great preview of it. He's like, "You might hate me, but don't take that and give that to and put that on my client."
I'm a little broad.
Oh, here it is. Hang on.
I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career, I will do that irritates you or angers you. Sometimes I'm a little broad. Don't hold that against Alex. Hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alex. Hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
So, a couple of comments that I kind of starred along the way. Thinks he moves too much is distracting. That can be. That's a good critique. I think you might be a little bit right there. Then you've got did he just accuse the prosecution of intimidating witness and testimony? Yep, he did. He's allowed to. You're allowed to suggest that. When you have a person that comes up and testifies favorably for the prosecution, and we've seen it where it's been true but not true, you're allowed to do that. Defense counsel gets attacked a whole lot. And I think unfairly so. I think Dick Harpootlian is he's doing his job. He's one of the hardest types of litigators to try a case against. And I will say that you need to be on your damn A game, because he is going to tiptoe that line faster and harder than you could ever imagine. He's going to be right there on that line, and you better be awake and attentive at every step, because he is going to literally overstep. If you're not paying attention, he's going to overstep. In his opening statement, he overstepped. He suggested that there might be two people that did that. That's argument. That is not proper for an opening statement. But if he's got you lulled to sleep and he can slip it in, he's going to do it. Prosecutors do it. Impugn a witness, though. What did the prosecutor just do other than get up there and say Murdoch is a complete liar that did all these terrible things and butchered people? This is not a pretty thing to watch. Trials are not pretty. Trials are ugly. It's 4D chess, and it's Can you object during opening? Yes, you can. But it's risky. You don't want to alienate the jury. But Peter loves his style. A lot of lawyers do. A lot of lawyers hate it. A lot of lawyers love it. I am of the mind where I appreciate it for what it is. I find that is the.
I don't love his style during opening. There's a lot about his cross-examination that I like.
Oh, his crosses are great. He does a whole lot of testifying, but that's his job.
Yeah.
If he can get away with it, what I will say is that I find going against attorneys like this to be some of the most challenging cases I've ever tried, because you have to stop them at every turn, and at every turn you're risking alienating the jury. So, yeah, it's been wild. So that's when I say it's been wild, I mean the cast of characters has been wild. Also, we did get let me pull the next one. So this is from day 2. And I had made the comment when I talked to you yesterday that Harpootlian looked like Senator Palpatine. You ready for this one?
Sure, yeah, I'm ready.
You can see the pattern of flip-flops, but you also see these patterned boots or shoes over the flip-flops. Are you telling me those were not there the night before, or you couldn't see?
Just the uplighting, like, yep. Just some unfortunate timing. But
it's funny.
But then this one led to my favorite moment from yesterday.
No, sir. What I'm telling you is when the impression.
During redirect.
Captain Chapman, do you notice blood marks here in the water?
All right. So what we're talking about is certain things that were testified to. The scene as it's being investigated. This up there on the stand is one of the sheriff deputies who did some of this first scene walk down.
Yep.
And the defense cross-examined him on kind of shoddy evidence collection. And it was a lot of fair cross on that. I thought the defense did a good job kind of poking holes in the investigation as being rather sloppy. And I think that this witness was a bad end to yesterday. But you know what? It's really early in the trial. Anyway, the prosecutor gets up to do redirect, and the prosecutor gets up and is trying to skirt a line down something that's rather objectionable. There was water in or around the dog kennels. And the prosecutor wants to try and suggest that the water might be something. I actually have this because let me pull this up. I actually pulled some of the, I don't know if you've seen these stills yet. And that comment was for Kurt. So,
I think the best evidence we've seen from the state so far really is where the officer was testifying today, talking about some of the ballistic evidence that was recovered and trying to point to the fact that the ammo that was used in the crime is the same kind of ammo, same brand even, that is kept by the defendant in his home, which would be somewhat suggestive that he was responsible. But yeah, otherwise it's been not much so far. It's a lot of setup, not a lot of payoff yet.
Yeah. So
I've changed my avatar to a Southern chicken lawyer.
Oh, a suited chicken. I like the suited chicken. Why did I remove you? I didn't mean to remove you.
He is prepared for court, and he's prepared to fight for you.
I like the Southern chicken lawyer.
Yeah.
So this is on Court TV. Court TV published these today. The questions being asked are about this picture, this water that you're seeing pooled. So this is from the dog kennels. It's that little back shed. These are the footprints that we're talking about earlier, the back and forth footprints. All the different tread marks from the sandals. And then there's some boots here, but there's no indication as to when the boot prints got there or not.
Yeah. I mean, are those boot prints 5 minutes old or 5 years old? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. So the water that we're about to hear the information about, that's this stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
So when he's asking questions about the water, that's what we're talking about. So let me pull this down and pull the video back up.
Your Honor.
Yeah. The objection is sustained.
Thank you.
Did you observe blood marks in the water when you were there that evening?
Calling for speculation. He is calling for speculation as to what discoloration in the water, if there is any, is caused by.
A little bit argumentative. That was a little bit, but now to be fair, I think the judge invited it there a little bit because the judge, he said, he's calling for speculation. And the judge did come in and say, I'm sorry, allowing him to elaborate. So I'm not going to fault him for making the speaking objection there. But then he goes a little bit further. He gets emboldened.
I'll lay more of a foundation, Your Honor. Captain Chapman, were you familiar with the scene as this picture depicts?
Yes,
Did you personally view what this picture depicts?
I did.
Are you familiar with the discoloration, and did you observe the discoloration in this photograph on two different areas?
I did see that.
Was that discoloration, in your opinion, consistent?
Objection. He's not been qualified to give an opinion about this matter.
I didn't hear the complete question.
In your estimation, and
Your Honor, objection, and if he's going to pursue this frivolous line of questioning, I'd ask the jury be excused. No.
whoops. Like, it's.
Yeah. No, it's not ideal. Not ideal.
Like you had some wiggle room.
Whatsoever.
Objection is overruled. Let's pause the question.
In your experience and observation, having observed the scene and all the matter that was there, were those lines in the water consistent with blood?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
Oh, that part. That part.
A little awkward there.
That hurts the pride
Little.
so bad.
A little awkward.
Because the judge, the judge was holding that back for another second. And it was one of those, the judge could have made that remark all day.
Yeah.
Because Harpootlian makes the thank you remark a little bit too often. And in a jury trial or in a bench trial, not really a problem. You guys are all professionals at the courtroom. It's fine. No one really cares. In a jury trial, you're not supposed to be doing that because it just suggests impropriety to the jury itself. You can't be doing that. You can't be giving gratitude for objections that remove stuff because it's not supposed to be heard by the jury. The jury's not supposed to weigh what they just heard, anything more or less based on the fact that it was ruled or overruled. Like you're not supposed to feel anything about it.
Yeah.
The whole thanking them makes them feel something about what they were just heard as being improper. Thank you. Ugh. And the judge comes down and just lays the hammer with the, I don't need to be thanked. Oh, I like the tone too. I'm going to rewind that for a second.
No.
For any ruling.
No.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Thank you.
I don't need to be thanked for any ruling.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm expressing
Someone's
my
laughing in
gratitude
his
is
face.
improper.
I
Someone's
think
laughing in his face.
the judge wasn't laughing, but someone else laughed and the judge did the awkward laugh in combination. I'm like, oh my God. Having been in court and having received the rebuke of a judge before, there's very little that is that humbling. Oh,
You feel a little smaller. You want to hide.
so much smaller. So much smaller. Because when the judge does it, they've been holding on to it for a minute. And you're just, yeah. That was a smackdown. That one gave me some chuckles. I was going, oh my gosh, that just happened. And he tries to recover.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll have one last question and I think.
And then the kid comes and says, thank you, Your Honor. What the heck? The kid literally hears him.
It's the South. We're taught to be nice and say thank you.
I know.
I'm surprised he didn't say thank you, sir.
The judge just says, I don't need to be thanked for a ruling. And then the kid goes, thank you, Your Honor.
What did I just say? Thank you, Your Honor. Can I roll against both of you at the same time? Is that possible?
I think he kind of wants to in some stage of the trial. I'm looking at him looking at the judge during some stage of this trial, and he's like, children, you're all children. What are you doing in my courtroom? Oh, but yeah, so it just, he goes on and compounds his error.
I understand the court's ruling. Captain Chapman, are the substance there that you identified as having observed, are they in a straight line? Are they in straight lines?
Yes.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. What does that mean?
A motion to strike his questions about blood from the record and the jury be instructed to disregard those questions.
I've informed the jury that they're to disregard any question when I sustain the objection. They were previously instructed on that.
That's good enough. Take the win. Sit down.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes.
Sit down. Just sit. There you go. Good job.
Further questions, Your Honor.
Any further?
Just all of it. and the judge just taking control of his courtroom back, literally saying, I've already instructed the jury. That's not your job. That's mine. They're doing just fine. Don't worry about it. I got it. Oh, this is why I like this trial. It's not like right now, the first few days of trial have been, they've been boring. Okay. They're supposed to be. They really are. You're not supposed to get a whole lot. It's supposed to be a lot of background, supposed to be a lot of forensics. By the way, these are the straight line marks that he's talking about. The thing is, Harpootlian did a great job because Harpootlian threw that attorney off his game. The questions that were going to be asked just completely took a different tack. And any point he was trying to make or suggestion he was trying to make got thrown off by the aggressive nature of the objection. So you're watching a lot of 4D chess play out in court. It's been interesting to watch.
It's been interesting in sort of the judge's rulings, at least. The witnesses so far have done not very much for me. We've heard the 911 call that was made. It just, to me, sounds like a 911 call, to be honest. I'm not getting a lot from it. We heard the police show up at the scene, and due to the fact that this is in the middle of nowhere and due to the fact that a storm is coming in, perhaps do things in ways that are understandable, but nevertheless may contaminate the scene, cause evidence to be lost, contaminated, tire tracks lost, added, footprints lost, added, other things like that. We've heard the interview in the car, which I don't know. Then we heard a story. Then we heard a story. We got to hear the story.
We're going to hear the story.
The story was definitely the highlight of the day, and then the best evidence we really have, at least in my humble opinion, is we got at least the foundations laid for the eventual tie. We got the sled examiner in the back half of today talking about the individual shot, the pellets that were recovered, the shotgun shells that were recovered, the wadding that was recovered, the stuff that was dug out of walls that was recovered, the human remains that were found on the ATV, and so forth and so on. And then that they did a search of the home and found the ammo and found stuff like that. So we're getting to the idea that we can match the ammo that was used in the crime to the ammo that's stored in the home. By brand, by type, by brand, manufacturer. In the case of the shot, the exact shot size. Yeah. And this is, hasn't been done yet, but that's sort of the best evidence we've sort of alluded to so far. The state has, at least in my humble opinion, a long way to go.
They do. Now they have a long time to get there.
Yeah.
But they should start connecting dots pretty soon. And Saskia, I like this remark here. It's funny how the points that stuck to me different from Rob and Kurt. The how you doing and the t-shirt remarks of today and the no bloody prints from the officers either stuck to me. That's all completely fair. I think you're 100% right too. There were things that had impact on people, how he composed himself, what he said. And honestly, that's a completely fair thing for you to key in on. And I'm glad that you do, because that's what the jury is also looking at. It's going to have different impacts for different people. You guys are all the measure of a jury. Some of you are going to hear something one way. Others are going to hear something a different way. The thing is, this prosecutor needs to get 12 of them to come into the deliberation room and to be able to discuss the case at the end of this and have all heard the same thing, or to be able to convince each other that what they heard was the right way of viewing the evidence. So this is a very fair assessment. I love watching these debates play out in the chat as we're talking about it, because you guys are all right. I'm not going to tell any one of you that you're wrong, because you're all right. You're all viewing things that you think are important while the evidence is being played out.
Yeah.
So that's
that's exactly the nature of things. We're all listening to things and we're all hearing things and we're reacting to things differently. And I react to a lot of this and I just go, It doesn't do a lot for me. Maybe it's doing more for you. And this maybe something else will do something for me. And that's what you kind of need as the prosecutor, right? You need something that's going to hit everybody so that everyone will come to the same conclusion. But I, you know, to the extent that people are hearing things and finding other things to be valuable other than me, you know, that's cool.
Yeah. Now, before we move on, I want to hit a couple of these super chats, but then I want to move forward. But before we do, I see there's a gift fairy in the chat, and I did want to draw attention to one particular gift fairy in the chat because something showed up in the PO box that was hilarious. And if you're not ready for this one, it's more than just a unicorn hood.
I am definitely not ready for whatever is happening now.
It's a unicorn hood that lights up. I have cute little paws. We broke Kurt.
I have many feelings. Some of them are unspeakable.
We broke Kurt. It's remarkably comfortable. I always wanted a unicorn hoodie.
Next time you have a child witness that you have to that has to testify, you have to wear the unicorn hoodie in court.
I think I might have to. I might have to bring it with me in my briefcase to court next time, and just, you know, Judge, with your permission, I do need to pull this out because I need a moment. But yeah, so that was Viking Wolf by Blood, who's been so generous in the chat with giving away gifted memberships. She sent this, and she said, if you wear this on stream, I will give 100 gifted memberships. And I said, keep the memberships. I'm going to wear the damn thing. And she's here, and I didn't even have the chance to tell her not to because she starts gifting memberships. I'm going, I better put the unicorn hoodie on because so she at least see it.
If you want to buy some gifted memberships for my channel,
It's got little ears, and it's got a little fro, little mohawk, and it lights up.
Oh.
So
I don't know how to feel about this on any level.
That's completely fair. Oh, it's great though. Oh, okay. All right. Catch up a little bit on super chats because we have to get on to some of the other testimony. Kamer Ducko, Rob, please wear the unicorn glowy hood next time you appear before court before a judge. I regret that I cannot. You all are incredible, but y'all are not incredible enough that I will spend an evening in the adult detention center for the benefit of wearing a unicorn hood.
I don't know if strictly speaking it's against the rules of the court decorum. I'd have to look it up, which is
I think they're going to find a way. They'll find a way, Kurt. I don't want to give them I don't want to tempt them. Chrissy, thank you very much. Can't stay so long for being here. Happy to drop in to say hi and to you in the chat. Hi, Chrissy. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a great weekend. Michelle, thank you very much. How's Hoag's channel holding up? It's been 13 days since the live stream, meaning another intervention to pump it while he recovers. I think that's a wonderful idea. I'll talk to him about it. I
think Hoag should give me his stream key.
Oh, okay. I thought he was crazy for giving it to Runkle.
Let's give the stream key to Uncivil.
I will say that he has been back on Twitter. Hoag has been back on Twitter. We had some amazing progress today. That left hand and the fingers are moving left, right, and center. He's doing wonderful. He still has the wit, the snark, everything. Here's hoping that everything keeps going in the right direction. I will say that in speaking with him that one occasion, the filterless Hoag is the funniest thing I've ever heard. So, yeah. Just because, thank you very much. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Just because. Katie Cotton, thank you very much. I'm dying to know your take on Alex Murdaugh's emotion in the car video interview. Is that on the agenda tonight? It is. We're going to get there next. The Neurodivergent Counselor, thank you very much. I'm going to DC this week for State School Counselor of the Year activities. And all I can think is I'll be right near Virginia where Law and Lumber is. The cold is going to be a shock for my Louisiana self, though. Feel free to reach out. If you're around, I'm happy to meet up with people left, right, and center. I know Scott's in DC as well this weekend. I am getting over the coof. I had the coof. That was what my fever was last Friday. I confirmed that on Sunday. So I've been at home all week long. I feel much better.
Did you take one of the new treatments that was developed by Pfizer?
No, I didn't take. I did the whole
Pfizer?
drink water, rest. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The Project Veritas thing was funny. That was wild. But no, I stayed home, rested, got water, drank water, ate food, stayed off of YouTube for a little while, just relaxing and recovering, and I feel great. So Don Biederman, thank you very much. My son, only child, left yesterday for CDN Army basic training, Canadian Army basic training. Miss him so bad already. Also feel way too young to be an empty nester. Thank you for tonight. Thank you tonight for company and distraction entertainment. Thank you, Don, for being here. Congratulations on your son's achievements. May Godspeed follow him. And, to you, try to enjoy the empty nest while you can. I know it's not going to be easy, but there's plenty of people in chat to hang out with and talk to, and I'm sure that we're going to keep you busy.
This
Lindsay,
reminds me. Have you yet seen the wrap stylings of Eliza Blue /C/
my gosh
/no? And if not, I'm happy to put them up for you, and you can respond to them as part of the Friday Night Friends Day, and you can enjoy the many wrap stylings of Eliza.
Let's do Eliza Blue late evening, because she is oh my, there's a whole lot there. Yeah. Lindsay, do you have wings for Ian's birthday stream? Yep. And the hot sauces. I've had 2 or 3 of those. They look fantastic though. We're gonna see if I survive. Mary Baker, thank you very much. Hi from Sumter, South Carolina. Drinking Jack Apple with ginger ale.
I'm not sure a lot of people know this, but I lived in South Carolina for 20 years. So I'm very familiar with the state. Yeah. So
around here too, like low country.
Yeah. In Columbia. In Columbia, I went to school at Clemson. I've lived in the upstate, low state, mid state. I've lived in all of it. So I'm familiar with the state and have a lot of loyalty to South Carolina. So South Carolina is best Carolina. And also I think the mustard barbecue is totes better than vinegar. So
I'm a mustard.
Don't at me.
Kind of person. I'm a mustard barbecue kind of person.
There you go.
Diana B, great week as all-day trial coverage started. It's been interesting. It has. Lynn, thank you. You're getting packages with USPS. Yes. They actually called me on Saturday to tell me that despite the fact there were no notifications in my PO box, I had 15 packages that had to be picked up. That is over the course of a month when they said there was nothing there. So, and then I got yelled at for not checking. And I was like, I checked. There was nothing there. And she said, I put it in there myself. And I said, I'm not an idiot. You can go check it. It was a debacle, but there were hot sauces. There was that lovely unicorn hood. You all are amazing, incredible people. I love all of it. Thank you all. Gamer Ducko, they say the world didn't end in 2012, but has any year since that felt real to you? Oh, that hit way too close to home. Robin Silver, thank you very much. Brooklyn, New York. Glad you're feeling better, Rob. Thank you very much, Robin. Thank you for all the continued support for the channel. Ryan Man, YYC sounds like enough for reasonable doubt to me. It's this. We're going to have to see where the case goes. The Lauren, hey, Robin, Kurt, happy Friday. Almost had to testify in court as an expert witness on Monday for the first time ever, but they pled. Any advice?
Just tell the truth and answer the questions. That's it.
Correct.
Just tell the truth. Don't tell the truth, and don't pretend that you know more than you don't. Exactly. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Anytime that attorney is asking you a question that feels like they might be baiting you or they might not know the answer to it, they know the answer to it. Pretend like they know the answer to it. Everything is a trap. Just testify honestly. Yep, testify honestly. Melanie Search, thank you very much. Vez from Quebec. But did the chicken cross the road after the fact? Ooh, real hard-hitting questions. I like that. Victoria McWilliams, thank you very much. I swear I feel like we're playing Clue, Seal, Clock, Chandelier, etc. Yeah. Every time.
Chandelier is plotting against clock. There's going to be a murder in the courtroom.
There's going to be something. Something's going to happen between those three. Someone's got to intervene. Honestly, Baby Gator. Did anyone have Black Panthers on their trial bingo card? Craziness. The trial bingo card: seal, chandelier.
If a voodoo thing doesn't enter this trial at some point, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Oh my gosh. Did the lights keep going off because Chandelier was heartbroken in court today?
Mm.
That's pretty good. No, but they keep turning the lights off and on, and the court TV cameras cannot adjust quick enough. Steph L, I'm here for the dad jokes. Me too. Nick Lustero, Union Rep Labor Law. Thank you. Can't wait for I can't walk from my front door to the barn without getting dirt somewhere. Murdaugh touches 2 dead, tries to flip one over, squeaky clean. This is everything about it is, and when you see the shirt that he's wearing it is a
vehicle, clean ass white shirt.
It's a clean ass white shirt. Cast Iron Mama, Rob, check Twitter DM. I will. Thank you very much, Cast Iron. Airy persiflage. A joyful heart is good medicine. It is indeed. I find laughing is fantastic medicine. Julie Bug 21, Chandelier is jealous of Seals Hooters. God. Ray Winsall, thank you very much. Hey, Kurt, love watching you. I've been watching you all week, but never see you live pop up. I see EDB, but not you. Yeah, even when I set up notifications, I don't get it. Can you look into this maybe? I have. He and I talked about this earlier. Kurt's been live streaming this trial all week long, and yep. I've been watching between. I've told you guys I flip between Nick, EDB, Kurt, etc. Whoever's watching this because I like hearing commentary from all of my friends. I have been surprised that I have not gotten notifications, and I'm subscribed to Kurt. So please, if you guys are watching this trial live, I have popped in on Kurt's chat, and I have popped in with Kurt live. So I will be there next week, popping in from here and there whenever I can. Kurt's going to be covering it all week. Check out his channel. Hit reminders, notifications so that you know when he's going live to cover the trial. He is covering it gavel to gavel.
Yeah, and by the way, while I'm on topic, I'm debating the merits of going down and streaming from like the lawn of the courtroom, because obviously if I'm in the courtroom proper, I can't stream, and that seems like a bad deal. But if I'm outside the courtroom, I can stream from the courthouse. And the advantage to that would be that I could talk to people, on breaks, and maybe put up a sign and be like, if you want to talk about the trial, talk to Low Country people or talk to people about their opinions of the trial and stuff, and have commentary from passerbys and such could be interesting. So I'm trying to decide if that makes any sense. So, because obviously not only is there a financial cost in it, it's also a cost of just energy, because I have to actually go down there and set things up and do all that. So the question is there enough juice worth the squeeze? So yeah, I'm interested in people's opinions on that issue. So
you guys can drop those in the chat. Yeah, drop the opinions. LJ, thank you very much. It seems Long Crime logo left the foursome. It might have. That Long Crime logo, it did the Chandelier dirty. It ends with her dad's DNA matching evidence and being arrested for murder and ruining Christmas. She then turns evil and ruins Christmas every year. Oh, is this about one of the 3 logos? I think it's got to be. Oh no, this is about the DNA for the Santa Claus. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. I think the little girl has evidence of Santa. And that DNA crime lab, if it comes back, it's a fluke and it's a wrongful conviction, and someone put him on the Innocence Project real quick. Beverly Morgan, thank you very much. I found Alex's crying more convincing than Amber's. That was not hard. I think Kurt made that observation. I made that observation. I thought that the emotion that we saw in the courtroom was a lot more real than certain others we've seen in court. So Jojo6178, thank you very much. Kurt had a field day when the chat all sent him messages that Kurt needed him about a gun issue. Oh, about Ian?
Yeah, that was the other day when we were having problems because I was having doubts about the ability of matching. a gun uniquely based on an ejected casing, and
On the
especially if said casing hadn't been fired, which apparently the firearms examiner is testifying to. It's like, this is an ejected casing that hadn't been fired. It's just been cycled. And I'm like, what?
See, and that part made no sense to me. I hated this science when it comes in is going to be very interesting. And that cross is going to be one that I'm going to want to see, because I wanted to cross-examine that guy left, right, and center based on the ejection mechanics, making unique tool marks that identify it to that level of specificity. No. And people who have followed me before reviewing some of these Innocence Project cases and from the trials of the century, y'all know my opinion on some of these tool mark analysis. I do not find it to be reliable. I have seen too many cases that get overturned after decades of someone being wrongfully incarcerated, where the evidence that convicted them was some tool mark striations that were tied that convicted this person. So I'm not one for the tool marks. A lot of the other stuff, a lot of questions. A lot of the other stuff is a lot stronger evidence. The tool mark guy, I'm going to have a problem with. I can already predict that. So, yeah. Margaret M. Huang, thank you very much. Thanks for all the laughs. The guys needed this while prepping for my grandma Mima's funeral. She lived to 102. That's a life. And tomorrow we say our final goodbyes to her. What a wonderful 102 years of life. What great experience that she probably brought to all of you. So cheers to your family, and hopefully a celebration of life memorial tomorrow. My condolences for your loss, but please focus on the blessing that woman brought to your lives. So I hope that you're enjoying your evening, and I hope that tomorrow is ultimately a positive day of healing for all of you. M169, my brother was a sheriff's deputy. He regularly made calls to Santa or his elves when situations called for it. Kid called 911 to see if it was worked. Freaked out when he showed up. Called the Santa time. Oh, that's a level of sneaky I hadn't thought of. Kid fake calls 911, and the sheriff calls Santa in the moment to say, hey, is this kid on the nice or naughty list? Devious, but I like it. Thank you, M169. Sandra Ramirez, thank you very much. Check your DM. Sent one from Wyandotta. Police Canine. It's hysterical. I'll check that when we play the video. Terry Zelensky, thank you very much. Hey guys, can you give us a Hogue update? I just did. His commentary will be interesting on the Southern good old boys. His commentary is that of a Michigander who gets very surprised by some of the Southern comments. Those Midwest folk, I love them. They're great.
He doesn't understand.
He doesn't, but he's got that Midwest. He's just going to view them all as being phenomenal or very kind or very nice. He's doing wonderfully. That's the update. Family's doing great. Y'all are amazing. Community's amazing. Everything has been fantastic. Keep giving to the GoFundMe if you can. It's wonderful. And it's been very, very helpful to that family. Mandy Me, thank you very much. That's how it was done when I did jury in rural Georgia. Interesting, because that threw every single one of us for a loop. I had no clue what was happening during the jury selection. Like, that was the weirdest method I've ever seen in my life. None of it made sense. There were no strikes for cause. They went straight to peremptories. And it was, I present this juror, seat the juror, dismiss the juror. All of it was so confusing.
Yeah.
Let me do this. Try to find the thing I was looking for. I have to find that. Sorry.
You light up my life.
You can sing anytime, my friend. You know you're allowed. Da 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 da. There used to be. I can't. I wish that's the one stupid thing this.
And I wonder who will stop the rain.
Oh, this stupid virus I wish it didn't do what it's taking my voice. Da 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 da. Why can't I find the video file that I saved earlier? It was right there. I had it in a file separately. Why can't I find the video that I saved? Did you know that when you save video files, they don't stay where you put them that one time? Then, da-da-da. Did you like my rendition? That was terrible.
It
But
touched me.
it did. Because it was, honestly, I ad-libbed that. It was kind of trying to find the video while flipping through Windows folders and trying to find where my program auto-saved things.
I want to swing on the chandelier here.
Oh,
Chandelier here.
right. Okay. Can we talk about Murdaugh's police interviews? I haven't seen those. Funny you asked that, because that is exactly what I was finding. There used to be.
For people asking if it touched me in a good place or a bad place, all I can say is, I want you smothered. I want you covered like my Waffle House hash browns.
Oh. Okay. Sure. What was this called? Watch Live. That's the file name. We're going to find the file name because, of course, computer doesn't want to do the things it needs to do. Come on, you mother. We are not 2 hours in, so I'm not going to do that one. But I'm going to say is, here we go. Kurt's just enjoying his moment while I'm struggling trying to find this file.
Yes.
Here we go. Oh my gosh.
Gee, everyone, isn't it so wonderful that Rob's feeling better? Wow. I'm so happy for him.
Oh my gosh. Wait, no, why wasn't that the one? That wasn't the one. No. No.
My name is Sergeant Blackleaf, and I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Golly geez, I responded to the scene in order to collect the forensics. Well, that wasn't very nice of somebody to kill somebody else.
But that wasn't the file. I needed the file. I do it all that
blood everywhere. It was scattered all over the place. Well, golly geez, someone had a good time with a shotgun, but that's not where a shotgun's supposed to go.
This is so sideways. Okay, hang on. I found it. You guys, we're professionals. We can do this. I know how to do this. Police interview. There it is. Oh, I am the best computer science non-person in the world. Oh my gosh.
This tape brought to you by Motorola.
Apparently.
Hello, Moto.
Hello, Moto. Those are great commercials. I miss those commercials. They were fantastic. Don Lionheart, the rendition was terrible. Parody lyrics, good. I'm sorry, Don. I really do apologize. The voice is what it is right now. I will get it better. Can't really do anything about it. Like I've been coughing all week, so working on it. Anyways, this is the lovely interview that we have of Mr. Murdaugh in the cop car being analyzed. And this is the lovely t-shirt. Look how white that thing is.
Oh, geez. What's the most inappropriate joke I could say in response to that comment?
Nope. Bad.
Whiter than, okay. It's whiter than his country club?
Oh, that was rather inappropriate. But I also think there might be some fair critique there. And you guys, we're going to get to the end of this interview, and at the end of the interview, that joke's going to make a lot more sense. Thank you, Don Lionheart. No apologies. Good driving entertainment. Thank you. Thank you very much for the super chat. You didn't have to do that. I just enjoyed all of it. Okay. What just happened? Oh, I cut out for a second. This interview gets real. We are real quick. So here we go.
And that's his lawyer in the back seat too, which is funny. I can't hear anything, by the way, Rob. I don't know if you can hear me, but I have no audio.
I don't have audio. And why did my browser just say it lost connection to my camera? Hang on.
While Rob is gone, Blackleaf will give you the dialogue. No problem. Hi, everyone.
Can you still hear audio?
I can hear you. I can't hear the recording. Oh, now I hear something.
All
there
right,
we go.
Weird. Okay.
I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
This is incidentally my first time seeing this
All right,
since we haven't had any.
State your full name for me, please.
This in court.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
Murdoch. So Murdoch. Yeah. Okay. He also has like, how many sets of glasses does he have? 2 or 3 in his pocket?
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
The 1968, I've seen reports that it was 58. Is it 68? I mean, he wouldn't lie about his birthday.
Yeah. He's 57,
Okay.
so do the math, I suppose.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And so
this is too funny not to pull up. Blackleaf and Glitter Blade cover a murder trial. Brentwood Sheep.
I don't know if I could cover an entire
No,
session
we
in
can't.
Blackleaf voice. That would
don't do it.
tear my voice apart.
It would tear your voice apart, and also the level of uncomfortable it would be when we realize that we're talking about some really horrible stuff.
It could get really uncomfortable depending on what's happening in the trial.
Oh
That's a
my
lot of
gosh.
commitment. That's a lot of commitment
No.
to a bit that could go really sideways.
But I do appreciate the observation that that's who's on screen covering this right now. You have Lawyers and Dragons in the house. Yes. Thank you, Brentwood Chic.
I should exchange Blackleaf voice for super chat donations. Maybe that's the way to grift off this thing.
Don't do that. That's
if you
terrible.
donate for every $1 you donate, I do a minute of Blackleaf.
Yeah,
or something.
Don't do that. Oh my gosh.
What's Blackleaf? Blackleaf speaks like this, and he's just so happy to see you.
Not during a murder trial. Let's see.
what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay.
Laura, you knows here. Kick ass.
All right. As I
Thanks,
stated,
great
I'm David
people.
Owen and Laura Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't.
He knew where he's going, like immediately. Him nodding right away, like as he's saying, "State Police, this is SLED." This is an attorney. That's a quick reminder. When as he's nodding right away, he knows that this is now what he's got to do. So
SLED is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. They're the state police. Well, golly gee, they're involved in everything.
they're involved in a whole lot, and not always for the best reasons.
SLED has a bit of a reputation, at least when I lived in South Carolina, which has been a hot minute. But SLED had a reputation; it was not really positive. They were the worst excesses of the. They like to think they were the FBI and acted like the worst excesses of the FBI and ATF, and had a reputation of coming in and really throwing their weight around and screwing everything up.
Well, and that's where they started calling themselves the acronym, and they really did want that so bad. I have not seen a big issue with them in this case yet. We have not seen anyone testify like on a nitty-gritty level from SLED yet. We probably will.
Yeah.
Let's see. So this is a SLED interrogation or interview with Mr. Murdoch. He's doing this voluntarily. For those of you who are just coming in from Peter's lawyer, thank you guys for being here. Awesome. We covered some of the trial updates. We are now up to this interview that was played today in court. We did not see it because it was being played for the jury. It wasn't played simultaneously. So we're actually taking a look at this now live on video. This is the interview of Mr. Murdaugh the night of the killing of his wife and son. In the back seat is his attorney with another sheriff, and then the front seat is South Carolina law enforcement division, SLED, law enforcement department, whatever it is, SLED
Law enforcement division.
And then Mr. Murdaugh is there in a white t-shirt. That white t-shirt is going to be the subject of controversy as we go forward, because this is the very white t-shirt that is the subject of the blood analysis that is subject to some very significant dispute in motions practice that has not been ruled on yet. So catching everyone up to speed, the shirt that Mr. Murdaugh is wearing right now, this is the shirt that he was wearing when officers arrived on scene. And it was tested the first time, no blood was found. The second time they tested it, Kurt, the argument in the motion. What was it?
Yeah, so like 12 times they weren't able to detect blood, but they were able to detect DNA because the DNA threshold is lower than the blood threshold. In order to detect blood, they need at least 4 micrograms. But in order to detect DNA, they apparently need only 1 nanogram. But dude, they can't find 4 micrograms. Do you know how much 4 micrograms of blood is? I'd be shocked if there's not 4 micrograms of blood just in the air generally at all times.
Well, look how clean this shirt is.
Yeah.
This is the shirt that he was wearing when they came upon the scene, to what I can only describe as one of the most gruesome homicides I can think of describing. And this is his voluntary statement. This gets a little bit weird, and he makes a lot of incriminating statements here that are going to be the subject of a lot of questioning by the prosecutor as we go forward.
Have any problem with it?
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Sorry.
And I could see his brain on his. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something.
All right, so 2 real big problems here. 2 really big problems. One, I tried to turn him over. The officer that described the scene as basically being, you could not touch this individual without at least coming back with a fair amount of blood on your hands.
Yep.
And the effort of trying to turn him over is more than just contact. That's touching in a muddy, nasty pool of not pleasant things. Trying to turn him over would have yielded a lot more than just a little blood on his fingers. And if it touches his hands, there's no way it's not on his other clothes. So that's a problem. And he said it twice right there that he tried to turn him over. And then he makes the comment of, he tried to turn him over and his cell phone popped out. So the idea of him turning him over right now based on his current clothing that he's wearing doesn't make sense. And then the cell phone popping out would have actually required a little more manipulation, and he would have had to have something on his hands. So right now, there's a lot of questions because he's looking mighty clean, and he is mighty clean for that to have happened the way he described it.
So fresh and so clean.
Yeah.
And with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them.
Again, her scene is arguably just as bad as his son's scene, and you've got no blood on him at all. None. So, and then this is not only like not blood on him, I don't think there's blood on the sandals. I don't think he got close enough.
The problem kind of works the other way around for me too. It's like, where's the blood from the murders? Like, if these scenes have been described as gruesome with blood basically sprayed absolutely everywhere, every wall and surface is absolutely covered in blood. It's like there's no blood on him anywhere.
No.
So
where is it?
Okay.
Where is it? And if he didn't touch the bodies, why is he saying he did? And not just saying like
I can understand that a little bit. I mean,
the cell phone part. I get the checking the pulse part, but the cell phone part. Why say he picked it up?
If you take the presumption that he is coming upon the scene as an innocent party, then one would expect that his perceptions would be skewed from the experience. The degree to which that's true is going to be different for every person. But if you go with the presumption that he's coming into it as an innocent party, it's like maybe he contemplated turning him over, and that's what he meant by that. And maybe when he said the phone popped out, maybe it fell out on its own, or
maybe it was
already
out.
on the
Maybe
ground
it was already
and
out.
just thought it did, or whatever. So like, these statements, while there's some inconsistency, don't do that much for me comparatively, especially compared to the alternative of, okay, he did this, because the state's theory is he did it in extremely close proximity. That's the state's theory. So he should be like Carrie. Where's all the blood? It should be everywhere.
Yeah. And I'll pull that up in a second. The state's theory of the timing. Actually, I'm going to pull that up now before we go too much further in that one. I also want to dispel or make a comment here. Tyvek suit? ? Change clothes? ? No. And I will tell you this from actually a little bit of weird coverage on my own channel.
Last time I did a murder in a Tyvek suit, I wasn't able to get all the blood away.
It wasn't just this. So I do a series called Trials of the Century. And one of the first trials we covered was the trial of Lizzie Borden. And how the clothing that she was wearing had zero blood on it. And as kind of an experiment, I put a blister pack in a cardboard box, and I just hit it with a machete. And I will tell you that there was in the blister pack that was filled with marinara sauce. There was marinara sauce in my hair. There was marinara sauce on my back, on my shoulder, arms, all over my body. There was marinara sauce on my neck. I don't care how tightly wrapped up you are in a Tyvek suit, unless you are like sealed in a painter's mask type suit, you're getting blood somewhere. And then the idea that you are leaving that scene without taking that blood with you and tracking it all over the place is honestly, it just it leaves me more confused because of me having done that stupid experiment and knowing how this stuff goes everywhere. So I'm confused I'm not saying it means one thing or the other. I am confused, and I'm wanting either the prosecutor or the defense to start connecting the damn dots. Because right now there's a lot of questions. And actually, so while we pause here, I want to do this because the prosecutor, someone had the great foresight of creating a timeline based on the prosecutor's opening statements.
Cool. Let's take a look at the timeline.
Where was it? Oh, because prosecutor timeline.
He might be 54. I think I said 57. I might have misspoke a little bit. So for all the people saying 54, we'll just accept he's 54. It's fine.
Okay. Share screen.
You know, this is proof positive of one of those sayings. It's like the easiest way to find out correct information on the internet is just state wrong information, and people.
Oh, it is. It really is. If you
want to find the right answer, just give the wrong answer.
People are going to figure that stuff out faster than you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
So Murdaugh Family Murders is a subreddit. Now it's a subreddit, but these are things, and you can verify this based on the actual opening statements. I'm saying that this is analysis from the opening statements.
Mm-hmm.
Take it for what you will. So 7:55 Snapchat video, 8:09 p.m. Alex Murdaugh main house at the Moselle property. Alex phone records, last activity. It's going to show for the next hour. Prosecutor opening statement. Murdaugh phone activity. Maggie arrives at the Moselle house traveling from Modesto. Paul Murdaugh's phone shows him at the main house as well at this time. According to Alex, he was at the main house when Maggie arrived. The entire family sits down to eat dinner. Autopsy report indicates that Maggie and Paul had similar stomach contents. Okay. Paul leaves the main house and begins heading towards the kennels. Alex claims after dinner he takes a nap. 8:30 p.m. Tells the police he did not go to the kennels until after returning from his mother's house. Later tells Officer Chapman that he thinks Paul drove them to the kennels in his Ford F-250. However, Paul's truck is not the crime scene. This is the truck they testified to today that was located on the highway, or on the side of the highway, the next morning off Highway 63.
Mm-hmm.
That's the F-250. Paul was not driving his truck on the evening of the murders, so it was somewhere else. 8:44 p.m. Paul records a video to send to his friend about a health concern he has about the friend's dog. This is where the murderous chicken, or the murdered chicken, comes into it. You hear Paul, Maggie, and Alex on the video discussing the dog had run off with a chicken. The chicken was actually found on scene. There was testimony about that yesterday. According to the defense opening statement, Paul is texting some girl about seeing a movie, 8:45 until around 9:45 p.m. Prosecution's timeline different from that. 8:49 p.m. Paul's phone locks forever. That's the prosecution's opening statement. I liked the visualization that gave. It was pretty impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And then 8:49:31, 30 seconds later, Maggie's phone locks forever. Basically, it just means it had not been accessed by either party at any time after that date. So your phone has a way for you to check every time it is unlocked. It was not unlocked after these times. 8:49:35, call comes in from Paul's friend who owns the dog. Paul does not answer the phone. 8:50, Paul's phone was still showing active at this time. We're not sure what that means yet. We're going to ostensibly get some information from the defense. 8:55, Maggie's phone was still clearly being used at this time. We're not sure what that means. Ostensibly, we're going to get something for the defense. At 9:02, Alex Murdaugh's phone shows activity for the first time since 8:09. So indicating he's moving around. So obviously, or hopefully, we're going to get some information, GPS or other contact information from the phone. 9:04, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone. She doesn't answer. He then calls his father, Randolph Murdaugh, in the hospital. No one answers. 9:06, 2 minutes later, Alex calls Maggie's phone again. No answer. 9:06, turns on the Suburban. At the same time, he texts Maggie he's going to check on his mom. Instead of using the north driveway and driving by the kennels to check on or speak to Maggie or Paul on his way out, he drives out the south gateway. That's the brick gate to the property. Makes several calls while driving from 9:07 to 9:23. 9:24, he arrives at his mom's house and stays for about 20 minutes. Later that night, Officer Green asked Murdaugh when he'd seen Paul and his wife. This is in this conversation we're going to hear. Replies he'd been at his mom's house for around an hour and a half. Last seen about 45 minutes before that. 9:44 p.m., Alex Murdaugh leaves his mother's house and begins driving back to the Moselle house. Again, calls several different people while driving. They put a lot of emphasis on this. I'm not sure. We're not really aware of whether that's significant or not yet. 10:01 p.m., Alex Murdaugh arrives back at the Moselle property. Later that night, Alex tells Officer Green upon arriving home from visiting his mother, I went to the house. They weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call. I knew they had been down there by the kennels before I left. 10:06 p.m., Alex Murdaugh calls 911. So basically, what you have is, if you're looking at this timeline, you have from the Snapchat video around 7:55. Then you've got 8:44 p.m. This is the recording of the video where you hear all their voices. So 8:44.
8:44, Paul's alive.
And then 8:49, no more. Paul's phone locks based on the prosecution, last time locked. No other access since then. It doesn't mean anything at that point. We don't know what it means yet. It just means that the last time was accessed. Call goes unanswered at 8:49:35. Then you've got these statements by the defense. We're not sure if they're true or not. We're not sure if any of this is true. We're still just operating based on the opening statements.
So if at 9:06, Alex Murdaugh goes to visit his mom.
Yep.
He goes visit her for 20 minutes, then drives back.
Yep. Now this 9:06, I think, is verified by the car's clock. I think the vehicle verifies the ignition verifies it was turned on at this time.
I'm not seeing where he had time to do what he. I'm not really seeing it.
This is where people are getting this timeline. 8:49 till 9:06. That's the time that he has before the Suburban turns on. So that's a period of 17 minutes. And this took place.
If you assume he killed him at 8:50, I guess.
At this time, the 8:44, but there's 8:44, which is the recording. So 8:45 until 9:06, so 22 minutes, 21 minutes. 21 minutes.
He's able to.
And this is, by the way, this is on the video when you're hearing the voices. So something's taking place after this video period.
That's
a tight timeline.
A lot. That is not a lot of time, especially to do it in a sort of thorough way. Like where are the bloody clothes? Where is the rifle? How is blood not being just tracked all up inside the house?
And you have these calls being made during the drive time. There's a lot of activity taking place. So the prosecutor can't get around the fact that he's actively on the phone during this time. Prosecutor admits that. Prosecutor admits that this recording takes place here on 8:44. So under the prosecutor's timeline, this is when the murder takes place, 8:49. And by this time, Mr. Murdaugh has made himself appearance ready enough that he's driving to his mom's house. That is a tight timeline. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that is not possible. I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm saying that is at that stage, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that 21-minute window. And I'm trying to estimate based on where everything is located, based on the size of this property. This is a 1,700-acre property. It's almost, what was it, almost a third of a mile from the house to down where the kennels are.
Oh yeah. It's a big ass house. Yeah.
I'm having trouble of him doing this alone. I have so many problems with this. I have so many questions. Prosecutors got to start wrapping these things up. Yeah. So the thing is, you drive leave the car running. I don't know.
Blood in the car.
Blood, because
in the
that's
house.
blood in the car, blood in the house. Well, they didn't.
Blood on the clothes.
Blood on the clothes. And he's actively talking on the phone. The prosecutor's acknowledging he's talking on the phone from 9:07 until he gets to his mom's house. And the problem is the prosecutor charged this, that not that he paid someone to do it or that he's culpable in some other regard. The prosecutor charged this that he personally did it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying problem. I'm saying that that's the timeline that we're dealing with because that's how the charges are made.
Yeah. And apparently SLED, testament to their usual job of these things, didn't search the house for months. So that's great.
Showered or washed in the kennels. That's what they were trying to allude to today or yesterday, but that got blocked pretty quickly.
It's just not enough. Not with what we have. It's not enough for me. Maybe it'll get better.
Oh, ballet girl, I'm not naive to this possibility. I just don't think it lines up with how the state has charged this.
Yeah.
Let's watch the rest of the interview and see if there's anything that we find from that.
And you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Okay. What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence. I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of?
Look how attentive the attorney is in the back seat. The second he starts talking about, did you see anything else? That attorney leans real close. And that's not a critique. That is actually just the attorney is being, the attorney is doing what the attorney damn well should be. When that investigator starts going towards what else did you see? As an attorney, I'm getting way more attentive and coming a lot closer to shutting my client up if they're talking, because you know where this is going. Right now, though, he's appears this tracks like this is someone in shock. I don't know.
I mean, he's cogently answering
He is.
questions, but it's just not enough for me, Rob. It's not enough for me to convict him. If you want me to adjudicate the financial frauds, then give me that case and I'll adjudicate those.
We're not there
whatever
yet.
Whatever the truth or falsity of that might be has piss all to do with really this at the moment.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, but we're not there yet. And of course, the attorney is helpful to him, absolutely, because the attorney is there to be. He doesn't have to be giving this statement. I would be cautioning. I would tell him not to give the statement. Period. But
yeah, no doubt, right?
That I would be telling him, do not give a statement. I know they're going to want one. Please don't do it. That's every attorney's advice is going to be that. But
I'll tell you what, man. If the police ever knock on my door, I'm calling an attorney, and the attorney can tell them my client's not giving statements. Leave them alone.
Yeah. I have seen way too much of this. Way too much. You will never talk your way out of a jail cell. You will do a damn good job of talking your way into one.
And they won't be able to mention at trial that I invoked my right to remain silent, as we've learned many times, right? So if the police come to me and I just refuse and I'm remaining silent, they can't mention that. So yeah,
all of this interview makes me uncomfortable. Everything about it makes me uncomfortable.
I agree.
Paul.
No, sir. Not the. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds.
Okay.
So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Statement wise, the gibberish stuff, I'm fine with.
Yeah.
That's actually a rather natural thing. That's what I would actually, if someone comes and they give a completely coherent rationale for why people were exactly where they should be, that's a little too clean for someone that's reacting to this.
Yeah.
I am so confused about all of this. Also, can the attorney in the back seat, can you button one more button on your shirt, sir? One more. You are putting Law Talk with Mike to shame.
Are you sure it's not Law Talk with Mike in the background?
Just
or his long lost uncle?
One more button. Yes, the interview is awkward. Yes, he's saying stuff that doesn't make sense. I don't know if that's doing anything for me one way or the other. Let's see what he keeps saying. I'm still listening. I'm actually pretty intrigued right now with this interview. I haven't watched this whole thing from start to finish. So
I haven't watched any of it. I only heard it.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's
You think he's had to do that a couple times? You ever try to remember someone else's birthday and then have to remember like 2 or 3 before that because you've read them off like boom, boom, boom?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting watching people's
My
brains
parents
work.
call me by my brother's. My mom calls me by my brother's name, my father's name, my uncle's name. Sometimes, so
there's
the way memory works.
There's a progression. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdoch.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
This is no excuse. I bet the lawyer got out of bed for this and had to throw on clothes. He's been in the car for the last 10 minutes. He can finish throwing on the clothes, like buttoning them up.
As far as he's concerned, he's dressed, Rob.
He is in uniform. Sir.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that
breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time. He gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I'm
gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out.
That didn't throw him at all. That's interesting because that's the first time that she's piped up, and it didn't throw him at all. He was natural in his response. Like at least the story about the son being threatened, this is all completely believable.
Oh yeah.
But
and if we're speculating into existence other people's motive, the son DUI boat, there's revenge motives there, including from perhaps third parties. He stole $10 million worth of money from his clients. There's a lot of motive. And Alex Murdaugh might have owed some money to some shady people because the money went some places, nefarious places. And if he owed money or pissed off the wrong people,
they have motive, and he has.
There's some people as motive. So
he has financial motive.
Yeah. So I mean, he has motive, and we're speculating into existence other people that have motive. There's some candidates.
I do have a problem with what I have seen from the very beginning were two obvious lies in the very beginning. One way or the other.
Checking the body?
It's either it's either checking the body and not telling the cops that you changed your clothes or washed your hands or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
There's not blood on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's either you did what you said you did and you did something after that to make the blood not there.
Mm-hmm.
Or you didn't do what you said you did. Which one of those versions is true? They can't both be true. So I have a problem with that. But a lot of this, at least for right now, isn't throwing a ton of red flags. Now, I know that as we get to the end of this interview, things are getting a little different. But let's see. But this also, from the defense standpoint, the defense has been saying that defense has been saying that this was a rush to judgment.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't
I'm not
feel
sure
like
that's true. No, I'm not sure that's true at all.
These are not probing questions. This is not accusations. This is a narrative. This is 100% letting him tell his story. There are no aggressive tactics being taken right now. They're not doubling back on certain inconsistencies in the story.
I wonder how the reason might be because of who's sitting in the back seat.
I don't know. Possibly.
Bring your lawyer with you guys.
Do not.
These questions may not have been the same questions without that person sitting in the back seat.
That's a guarantee. That is a guarantee. If that lawyer is not sitting there, this interview is being a little bit more not as direct. So I do want to pull this out. AV to the 7th power. Thank you very, very, very much for the very generous super chat. Lots of 3L learning here. Thank you both. Thank you for being here. Honestly, law school teaches you how to think, how to analyze. Being a lawyer and practicing, that's what teaches you how to. They don't really do a good job of teaching you how to be a lawyer in law school.
No, they don't.
I wish they did a better job at it. This type of stuff I find very fascinating because it's a lot of questions. And that's why I like being able to talk with my friend Kurt and others on live streams like this, to be able to analyze these things in real time and tell you what we're thinking about and how these things come up. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the very generous super chat. And I hope that you're enjoying your evening. And again, thank you.
I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle.
Let's get Pat. I don't want to listen to names.
In Colombia. In Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Come on.
Will's with an S,
okay.
Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Tried, guys.
Around here, his best friends are clearly.
I don't want to hear the best friends.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Rogan. Gibbs.
Tonight.
Talk with Nolan. Yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan. Was one of the people that he's the boy.
Come on.
Open the door really quickly.
Go right ahead.
Get me past the random names.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it.
Why?
But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and
oh, here we go.
Here
we go, guys.
I'm here for it. Tell me the story.
Things are about to get weird. Things are about to get weird. All right.
Tell me the story.
Here we go. It's story time, a la Alex Murdaugh.
Really, he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school.
Hold on. So I'm just getting this now. Is he now saying that this person should possibly be considered by law enforcement for the murders? Is that his suggestion?
I suppose. But you interrupted story time.
I'm sorry. I will rewind for 2 seconds because I was trying to make sense of this story, and now hearing this interview back for the first time, all the way through.
Ask your questions at the end of story time.
Oh my gosh! Hang on, I'll rewind it. There you go. We'll start
here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
ROWE?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today.
Story time's over.
About some.
You can ask questions now.
What the fuck?
Well, you see, he was fighting some black guys when some undercover FBI agents
FBI
observed
were watching him fight,
and
apparently were so impressed by his tactics that he was placed on
an
CIA,
undercover FBI team with 3
CIA
Navy SEAls.
FBI with 3 Navy SEAls. And they would go around and kill members of the Black Panther Party.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
So let's look into him.
I have to hear this again.
No,
It started at 12.
We go from sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
Black guys.
Yeah.
FBI, SEALs, Black Panthers. Sunflower seeds to Black Panthers in 4 easy steps. Great.
In about 45 seconds. So,
working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEAls. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now,
I need a transcript, Rob.
What? What? One, how do you make that up? And has anyone verified this story with this other person? Why are FBI people in high school watching other people fight people in high school and then
to recruit them for the undercover team with the SEALs to kill the Black Panthers, Rob?
The racist undercover team. Yes.
I suppose, to be fair, our U.S. government has done things that are arguably crazier in the past.
Fair. Like dosing LSD, true story.
MK Ultra.
Okay. All right. Does he go anywhere? He's on the witness. He's on the witness list. This guy's on the witness list.
Of course, he's on the witness list. Gotta get him on the witness list. I hope he testifies. I hope he tells us about the Black Panthers.
We're gonna find some things out.
The CIA and cocaine, just generally. So
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah, we dosed people with LSD.
I need a transcript. I need a transcript so I can redo this in Blackleaf.
This is not. Oh, okay.
And then I
Now,
need
to be fair, now
then
I
need
want to be
create a video that does art for this.
I want to be fair on this particular critique of this storyline here. He is not. This is not something that he is magically like creating whole. He is saying that his son told him this story of this person that said something else. So you have hearsay within hearsay within hearsay. Yes, they have openly asked him to speculate. The cop sitting in the front seat has openly asked him to speculate who could have possibly done this. And if I'm thinking of a crazy story that came to mind, and this is something that my son had relayed to me, I'm relaying that story pretty quickly. But also, if my son comes to me with a story like that, and that's who he's hanging out with, this person isn't like just not cutting the mustard. They're no longer allowed on my property for a while. Okay. All right. Yep. Let's go. Let's keep watching the interview.
I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched
It's
story.
weird. But he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
CB Rowe.
He's
yeah, and I sent him a message.
He's
to
the
text
killer of
me
Black Panthers and the
earlier
lover of his
today
daddy.
about sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
So he has
Did
an
you talk to him
alibi.
at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude, or?
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CB.
Right there, in your lap.
Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that.
It's pretty free with the phone.
843-540-9335.
You need to get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
843 is low country.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
803 is mid country. 864 is up country.
Thank you.
Oh, is he gonna plug his phone into the sheriff's car?
Nice.
No.
When did he tell them?
Don't do this. Just no.
Plug your unlocked phone in the sheriff's car.
Don't do that ever. No. And his attorney's the one that told him to do it.
That's funny.
That's okay. All right. Sure. Just don't do that. Don't do that, people. If you are being interrogated by a cop, 1, have your lawyer there. 2, have a lawyer that wears more buttons than 2. And then 3, if your lawyer suggests to you plugging your phone in to a data port that essentially has the potential of having software that may or may not access your iPhone's operating system,
Mm-hmm.
And your attorney is the one telling you to plug it in to charge it,
Mm-hmm.
fire your attorney and don't do that.
Mm-hmm. Cops thinking themselves, well, that was easy.
Just I feel like you're attacking Mike. No, I'm not attacking Mike.
We only roast the ones we love.
We roast the ones we love. And this guy is clearly outdone Mike to nine tenths of like all the degrees.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is not wearing a shirt compared to Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Let the phone die. Yes, Lady Drake, let the phone die. Let the phone die. Don't plug your phone in to a cop's car or anyone else's car. Oh, but he did. I was saying he was being pretty free with that phone. Like he just held it out in front of him. That's kind of odd. So
That story to Paul.
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week.
did they give him a talk screen at all?
I don't believe so, but the witnesses have said they didn't observe him under any sort of influence. So, well, I don't think they gave him a talk screen.
Because I see a lot of people talking about him, a drug dependency that he has, and I know I've heard other people tell about that. I have not watched this case enough to know.
Mm-hmm. There are definitely drug charges in his sort of panoply of charges, but so is everything else at this point.
He's not talking. He's not slurring his speech.
My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it.
Just scroll your phone right there on the camera.
That he sent, I'll find it. I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No. But for all his weirdness, I mean, I do think they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on
police interview I've ever heard.
That you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff
Does
from
yip-yap have a
people that
technical
Paul
definition?
didn't really know.
Apparently.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, he would.
Why? Unless what you're just describing as defending yourself as being overly aggressive. No, you can defend yourself just fine, even with charges.
I can see the problem. I mean, for practical reasons, right?
I mean, I can too. Don't go out in public.
Paul was a real tough man's man. You know, he would just.
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling that case? Looming over everybody.
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation.
Present tense.
I don't read too much into stuff like that. You know, I just
It's
personally.
it's actually it's more significant than you would think. I think it's kind of interesting though. I don't know that it means anything in this context, but the present sense reference is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't find stuff like that because people. When you're talking about stuff that's happened, you know, he's like, well, you're talking about stuff about how he's reacted to certain things. So if you talk about it in the present tense or the past tense, it just doesn't mean that much to me, to be honest.
Honestly, a lot of it is the fondness part. So fondness will portray itself in present tense. When you actually talk about a loved one that's passed, I want you guys to do this experiment. Oftentimes, when you talk about very significant events, you will speak of them in first person or in present tense impression. As opposed to when you remember different things, you will talk about them as past tense. So positive and fond memories will oftentimes come to the surface that way. It's a quick reaction. Interesting though.
Yeah,
I think I've told.
It just doesn't mean that much. I mean, speaking for myself, it doesn't mean that much to me.
Yeah, that's fine. I just found it. I thought it was the first time I really caught it though. Kind of interesting. That's it. What was it? Where was it? Robin Silver, thank you for the super chat. Excuse the profanity, but what the fuck? Kurt's comment about the white t-shirt country club is apropos after hearing the Black Panther story. That's what he said. Kurt previewed that. He said the white t-shirt and the country club and the people that were there. He knew that was coming because, it was that was something else. So yeah, let's keep listening on.
Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
You didn't get along with one very specific person.
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was.
It's a hunting property.
Yeah.
Of course there's 12-gauge shotgun.
Yeah.
Viking Wolf by Blood, thank you very much for the super chat. Sorry, y'all. Long paper to finish. Military history takes time. It does indeed. Thank you for being here. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the unicorn hat, Rob. You looked adorable in it.
Yeah.
It was adorbs. Thank you very much, Viking Wolf by Blood.
You know, one of the things I'll give you a little bit more about my own thought process and sort of the whole thing. One of the things that we have been taught as a culture when it comes to victims of, for example, SA and DV is that, you know, there's no perfect victim and that victims act in ways that are against or defy our expectations. Victims do things that we think we wouldn't do or wouldn't act in certain ways. And they say things that we wouldn't do. It's like, why'd she go back to him? You know, why did she do that? Why is she acting this way? Right. So one of the things I think about is as sort of a philosophy is I'm a big fan of Immanuel Kant, and he talks about categorical imperatives. So it's like, well, if that's true,
I can see you being Kant.
If that's true of an SADV victim, then Immanuel Kant would say, well, if it's true, it has to be, for something to be true, it must be universally true or it's not true. So I say, okay, if that's true of a DV victim, if that's true of an SA victim, if it's true that it's wrong for us to say that they would act in a particular way, if it's wrong for us to say that, they dressed a certain way or did certain things or such things, then it must be true of all victims of all crimes, right? Or it's not true. It's like, why, it must be universally true. So one of the things I think of when I'm watching this tape, and I'm like, well, okay, he's acting in ways that perhaps are not true, but I've been told not to consider those factors. So if they're not relevant, it's like, for me, it's like they're either relevant or they're not. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Categorically inclusive or exclusive. Like, you either have to consider all of them or none of them.
Right. So for me, it's like, well, okay, he's cogent. Maybe my expectation would be he'd be more frazzled, but I'm not supposed to consider that. He's talking about things in the present tense or past tense. Maybe it would be the other way around, but I'm not supposed to consider that. So this is why it's like a technical matter. It doesn't do anything for me, in case people care.
Oh no. And here's the thing. This is a great comment. Guys, it's only the 4th day of trial and 1.5 of it was jury selection. How about we wait to hear the evidence before we say guilty or innocent? You're 1000% right. And that's what this was introduced into evidence, which is why we're taking a look at it, because this is now in evidence before the jury. This is one of the factors they will view in viewing the entire case. And you're 100% right. All of the evidence has to come in before you make a judgment one way or the other.
Yeah.
So this is just viewing it and giving your assessment as it comes in is normal. People assess evidence as it's presented to them, and they put it in one category or another. But I also agree with Kurt a lot that it's tough to be told to judge somebody based on something they're doing in a particular moment.
Yeah.
But then told not to judge other people acting similarly in a different setting.
And if you take the presumption he's innocent, which we're required to do, then the presumption must be that he's the victim of a violent crime, right? Because that's what that would mean. He's innocent. So therefore he must be the victim. So therefore, as the victim, how would he be acting? And then you just go down the rabbit hole. So like if you cut all your presumptions in that way, it's sort of my mind in a logical tree just leads to these conclusions. So we can move past that. That's enough for philosophy hour.
Yeah. I think it's important to say.
I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here.
Okay.
Recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and I called 911 first.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
Told her
that I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah, shotguns, rifles,
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
Thank you, Crafting Mama. Because I will say that I have seen people covering, and I've seen people making comments that they're here from Emily or etc. Kurt is covering every waking minute of this trial too, from gavel to gavel. South Carolinian, raised South Carolinian. So I love Emily just as much as I love Kurt. I love them both. I think they're both doing great jobs covering it. And I actually like hearing both of their respective takes. It doesn't allow for much sleep because I like to listen to both of them talk about it. But there's a lot that they both add to the equation. So thank you.
Yeah.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour.
Victoria, he has a gun room. It's a whole room with all the guns.
Yeah.
It's hunting property. Yeah. He had a big room. A lot of guns.
Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Or
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or
No, ma'am.
Okay.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and
Okay.
but there's none that are near here.
Okay.
What doctor's appointment? What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came.
His lawyer has gone full nap mode. Look at that man. He is taking a nap. Now, granted, it's 1:21 in the morning when this interview is taking place. Okay.
Home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I.
Y'all in the chat, they're asking about why no cameras on the property. This is something that is a distinction with the South, and a lot of people are going to have trouble understanding. This was a hunting property. There are not often creature comforts on a hunting property. People are more concerned about putting electronics that face the deer they're going to be hunting than on any electronics that are going to come towards the house, because the house is presumed safe. I guarantee you, this door, the front door was probably open, probably unlocked. You probably could have walked on that property, walked in the front door, and sat down at the kitchen table before anybody even noticed you were there. This is a hunting property. There were probably guns all over the property, 1,700 acres of property that was exclusively for the purpose of going and getting away from the city or people and hunting.
For our international audience, that's 7 square kilometers.
Yeah. There was no gun safe. The gun room was probably completely unlocked. There were probably rounds and ammunition all over the property. Every safety measure that you would have thought or assumed would be exercised by someone living in the city or near people that are accessing guns are not employed on properties like this. This is what you think of when you think of just down south hunting property. These people grew up around guns from the day they could walk. And they probably are more knowledgeable about firearms than anybody that's watching here right now. The deer cameras probably got checked more regularly than the mail. So that's probably true. The deer cameras probably got checked more regularly than the mail. So don't be surprised by a lot of things that you guys are seeing here and hearing here. This is I know it's going to sound very odd to a lot of people, but this is not. It took 20 minutes for the cop running full sirens all stopped to get to this property. You know how far that is? You know how fast cops drive on full siren? Like 90 miles an hour. So yeah, this is out in the cut. So yeah.
Texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message.
Alright. I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. 10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06.
Stop talking. Your attorney should be doing his job and telling you to stop talking. When he's sitting there saying, obviously, this is when, obviously, this is when, you're not testifying from knowledge. You're drawing lines and making connections. You should not be talking at this point. Because what you say, people are going to say that you said it in the interview, as if it was from your own knowledge. But no, stop talking. Attorney is yep, exactly. Attorney is nappy. Attorney is sleepy. Oh. attorney is mighty attentive as to what's being written down.
Can I have a piece?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Take a couple.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sir.
You don't have any water, do you, Danny? Sure. That's all right. I don't need it.
If you behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, well, thank you.
This is not an interrogation. This is the nicest, like the defense attorney saying that he was grilled and answered these questions under the heat of the moment, and these are not. This narrative is just story time. What is happening?
Yeah.
Oh, Kurt, you sent me the listing.
I did. I sent you the listing.
Let's do that. Let's show people the property you're talking about, because this property is something else.
Yes, it's helpful to have pictures. Pictures are helpful. 1,700 acres. It's big.
All right, let's see.
I could do that conversion.
Here we go. This is the property. Up here, that's the house.
That's the house.
That's the road.
That's the street.
This is the brick entrance that he's talking about. This is the brick entrance.
Yeah.
That's the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this thing.
The house looks tiny.
No, it's not. I have another picture of the
No,
house.
I said
I'll show you in a
but
second.
look, it looks tiny in the frame because of how big the property is. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know how big the house is. It just looks tiny in frame.
That's the house.
Mm.
That's a nice porch. That's a nice looking house.
That's a nice porch. Good for sitting.
This
That's the
house.
dove field. No, that's
Yeah.
the dove field. So that's
the dove field.
That's
These
where
are the
that's the part.
sunflowers.
Right. That's the part that they put the sunflowers on to attract the doves to hunt the doves.
Yep.
So that's
And
the
then
dove field. Much ballyhooed.
way back over here, the house is way back over here, like off screen. This down there, those are the kennels
Mm-hmm.
and the barn.
Mm-hmm.
More of the property.
Yep.
More of the property.
Yep. Their own,
Pond
your own
for
private
property.
pond. And you can see, if you can see at the bottom edge, I don't know how well you can see, but there's a deer stand there at the tree line.
Down here.
Where the
Yep,
at the
right
south
there.
end, there's a deer stand
Yep.
there. So
At least one of the deer stands that are out there.
Oh, yeah,
There's the
yeah.
house.
yep. It's 1,700 acres, 1,770, I think.
Proximity. So up here in the corner, that's the house. When he's saying that it's a third of a mile, and when the prosecutor is saying you can see the kennels from the house,
Yeah.
when the prosecutor made that statement, and when I was listening to him make that statement, I'm going, that's a bit of a stretch, sir, because these are the kennels down here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a stretch.
Yep.
Like, even if you're talking about the road that you're driving down to get here, you're going all the way down here, or down towards the front of the property and then across that stand of trees.
Yep.
Sorry, that's the hangar. This is the kennels down here. Yeah, hangar kennels, they're all down there. There's a deer stand.
There's another deer stand.
More of that property. There's that pretty little water source.
So you got your own fresh water source, so plenty of fishing, deer, dove.
This is the
Other
little
game?
processing. This is the animal processing barn.
Mm-hmm.
where that's where they would take the animals and they would do the processing.
Mm-hmm.
Back over here, that's the kennels you're seeing in the back. Red barn, kennels in the back.
Yep.
Nearly $4 million property.
Yep.
It was when the deputy was testifying to driving out there.
There's the
And
gate.
he drove past it the first time. They had to be redirected back around to where the property was. That's looking down the drive. Beautiful drive, by the way.
Yep. There is again from the road. And
I
if
mean,
you
that's
if you scroll down on this brochure, there's a overhead of which shows the property boundaries.
hang on. I
like
think
Google
I've got
Maps style.
I have a better one, I think.
Okay, cool.
Because I have one that I pulled from. So these are from the exhibits. These are the kennels.
Mm-hmm. Those are some nice kennels.
Seriously. That's from the drone camera. So that's the Suburban. This is the walk. This is the area where we're talking about the kennels here, little red barn area here, the hangar area here. This is the house.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that thing. This property is something else.
So with your super chats, Rob and I are going halvies.
Halvesies to get down there and see this trial.
No, we're buying the property, Rob.
Or we're buying the property.
Yes.
Okay. He's got a grader down here. That's a full-on grader.
Yeah, so we're gonna need you to up some super chats. We need to buy this.
I need no such thing. I do not need that juju. I do not need that juju. That property. 3 people have died on that property. I do not need that juju.
I'm good.
All right, let's see. Let's listen to them talk. Keep going. We're almost done.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available to act. You know, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
An office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 843-321.
No. We don't need to listen to numbers.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. Okay. You know, he's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Y'all, that was publicly available information that was played in court today in live court. That said, don't be an a-hole. Don't go call those numbers. I'm sure they're deactivated. Don't go calling them. So, like I said, that was played in live court. It was played today. It's up on Law and Crime's website. It's up on Court TV's website. Just don't go calling those numbers.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Whoever has his numbers now must be thrilled.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay.
Oof. That poor kid.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like.
Okay, I didn't know that we were getting here. Here we are.
Like he
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think
there wasn't a question pending, sir. Okay.
Already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way?
straight here, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Where my vehicle was parked is probably...
Is where it was, okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
So you went up the main drive, which is not the fastest way to the... Okay.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but, we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Oh.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's calling?
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, in here? Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Buster, get in here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Power dynamics in the car were just established. In case anyone was wondering, when Alex Murdaugh said, "I think we're about done," and the officer says, and nods his head, that kind of gives you an understanding of the power dynamics in the car, at least what was recognized in the vehicle. At the very least, they're being deferential to him.
Well, no, I mean, from context, that's a perfectly fair conclusion. I mean, they're just talking about, I mean, it's like we don't have any other questions. Here's just some procedural stuff. Coroner's going to come. So they are, I mean, he knows they're done. They don't have any more questions.
Yeah, they don't.
So, yeah, so.
And for those reacting like to the change in dynamic, that's completely, I don't see a single problem with that. I have experienced that exact feeling before, where you're fine, you hold it together, and then you hear a voice and you're all of a sudden just.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know what, what he means when, well, I went to go turn them over. I went to check on them. No, exactly what that means is a little ambiguous. And, exactly. And so I'm not going to convict a guy because, of a slight question. So to the extent it moves the needle, it's very minimal for me. So it's like, I'm going to need a shit ton more before I'm ready to convict a guy.
Yeah, this interview is not doing much for me either way.
Yeah.
It's the misstatements at the beginning. Those are the only things I have an issue with. The beginning. Like everything that happened from then on.
I dropped my card.
We'll get you another one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
There you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
People are making comments
Here,
about how
you
they're
want
leaving.
this
I
Yes,
don't
please.
see a
Thank you.
problem. I will note he was wearing tennis shoes. He might have taken the sandals there.
Yeah, and so my reaction is just
I don't take a whole lot.
Yeah.
It was I don't know. Not a whole lot there. So yeah.
And we
either
heard
way.
in court we also heard the 911 call. At least to me it sounded like a 911 call. So it's like, okay. Sounded like a 911 call.
The thing is,
as people have been pointing out, and I think this is just so true, if he's acting, he's a better actor than Amber Heard.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying.
There are a few statements that are more true than that one right there.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I think the two misstatements at the beginning I have issues with, but other than that, I didn't really see a whole lot. A lot of it's just it's a high stress situation, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Stress of it all, and coming up on the blown up brains of your loved ones, I would imagine might cause you to say something that's less than completely true. He might just be saying it.
I don't know.
He might just be saying, he might not even know he's saying it. It's like, I don't know.
I don't really take anything from that period, one or the other. I will say I was intrigued to see that because that's been played for the jury. And the defense insisted that all of that be played in one stretch. And I think that was a good move by the defense to play all of it.
Yeah.
So interesting. Pam Graham, why did it take 3 months to inspect the house? I don't know. Those questions I have serious issues with. Apparently the house being inspected was an afterthought in the mind of people that were here. But
that's not great. they murdered on property and we're not going to check the house for 3 months. So where are the clothes? Well, long gone because of the 3 months they
Long
went away.
gone.
Well, that is, but in the view of the defense, that is what we call not my problem.
It's just, it's,
The
yeah.
it's like they went away in the 3 months. Where? Who knows? Not my problem. So
Yeah. I don't know. Well, we had someone add on to the live stream, and now we don't because the person has disappeared.
SLED doing a sloppy investigation. Wow. Shocking.
It might have been a Canadian. Skeesy. There's one high school in the county. A stuffed animal of a sloth works the register at the Papa John's. Welcome to Walterboro. Thank you, Skeesy. K-Rab EDB has a link for the judge's chair at a reasonable facsimile. Chat found it. LOL. I kind of want that chair. Thanks, K-Rab. Andy the Game Maker Rob, is the super chat enough to keep you from texting me at 3 a.m.? My wife is getting angry. She gets annoyed every time I say, well, at least someone is thinking about me. Andy, I will keep sending you those text messages at 3 a.m.
I think about very little else than
Don't
Andy
worry.
the Game Maker.
It's just going to keep happening. Sandra Ramirez, thank you very much for the super sticker. Pow Pow prosecutor and Poot defensive lawyer. They both said it. Yep. And here we go. Joining the stream, Mr. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. How are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
We're conflicted, Ian. Did you watch any of the interview in the backseat of the car?
Nope.
Oh, it just
Did you hear the story?
I did not.
Oh,
I think we need to play the story for Ian.
I'm coming in blind here.
Do I need to find the story? I need to find the story. Oh no.
Yes, I think Ian deserves story time.
Okay, hang on. Let me find the story. Where was it? It's right about here. No, it was 12. It was 12 minutes and about 10 seconds. So we'll start at about 12 minutes and 8 seconds.
He wasn't cutting the mustard, but
Here we go.
Didn't make any sense.
So, Ian,
I mean,
giving you a little bit of forethought, they have asked Mr. Murdaugh who might have a reason to go after him and his family. And he really can't come up with much, but he says that there was this person they hired who had become a friend of Paul's. And he goes about telling a story about how this person might be on their radar. And this story, a little bit of warning, gets a little weird real quick.
Pro tip: if they ever ask you that question is bait.
Well, this I don't know. I don't care if it's bait or not.
Well, if it is bait, they caught something interesting.
This is an interesting way of handling the bait.
Embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, what? I really don't think...
Watching Ian's face go from huh to what? Yeah.
I mean, this is the point where I start going like, is this guy rocking some serious schizophrenia? Because that's something. Like, that's a thing. Okay. I mean, I guess it's better than the usual iteration of maybe a black guy did it, but
well, I mean, to be
maybe
fair,
it was my field hand who beat up some black guys, was recruited by the FBI to work with the SEALs to kill the Black Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, is it his schizophrenia or is it like
I don't know.
they had this
Nobody
weird
knows. We don't know the answer to this question. It made no sense.
because every once in a while you encounter one of these guys who like was, you know, what's the line that that military folks use, like tail gunner on the space shuttle?
Oh,
You know, like you know, one of these guys who just, you know, claims to be an ultra badass, and when you look into their record, they're just like,
so
"Oh, right, you did absolutely nothing." Or,
but here's the funny thing. This I'm not putting this one on Murdaugh. I'm putting this one on like the crazy people that are around him, because apparently he says that Paul recorded some of these conversations with this guy on his phone. So he was enough to kind of say, go look at Paul's phone and see if this guy's on there, and these stories might be on there. And this guy's on the witness list.
oh, that's exceptional.
Yeah.
Why am I not covering this trial? I'm going to be covering.
Well, if you'd like to, you're more than welcome to join me anytime, Runkle.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess it's not running tomorrow because tomorrow's Saturday.
No, not so much.
I should be able to pop on Monday at least.
We'll be there.
Because I'm covering the Supreme Court doing some bizarre things, but well, not bizarre things. It's the Supreme Court in Canada did a completely expected and ordinary thing, but they were bashing the Court of Appeal here in Alberta, which did a bizarre thing.
Oh,
So-
I'm getting, here's the super chat. This is Talia. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oh my gosh. Tell Ian about the lawyer's phone charging recommendation. During the course of this voluntary interview that was in the cop car, Alex's phone
All of
starts
that,
getting
that
dull.
entire sentence is wrong.
It gets worse. Alex's phone starts dying, and his lawyer says, Alec, you should make sure to charge your phone. And the officer says, what is it, an iPhone? And hands him the cable. And Alex, in the presence of his attorney, plugs his phone in to the cop car to get a charge.
No. No.
Unlocked iPhone, I would like to add. It was
It's
unlocked at the time
unlocked
he plugged it.
iPhone.
Yeah.
I would just like to note that if I am ever arrested with my phone, I am powering it off if I can and pretending I don't know that my phone exists.
No, he pulls out his phone. He pulls out his phone and he opens it and he starts scrolling it right in front of the cop and just doing this right in front of the cop.
No, like I've got attention deficit. I have a hard time. I actually, you know, I was just at my birthday dinner with my wife. I actually had to give her my phone because I am bad at not being on my phone. But I'd just be like, phone off, set down, don't touch, forget it exists. Throw it out the freaking window. Like,
yep.
If I was
plug it into the cop car that's interviewing you.
If I was accused of a or if, you know, if my wife died, you know, and it was, I know I haven't done anything, but you know, the police are not going to know that. They're going to go with their simple thing of like, what is the obvious choice? They're going to think it's, you know, probably the husband. I'd be going to turn myself in and I would not bring my phone with me. Like it would just not be present. They'd be like, where's your phone? I'd be like, what's a phone? Yeah.
I'm so sorry that I have to do this to you, Ian. I'm so sorry I have to do this to you because the chat right now is not letting me get away with this. This is the attorney in the back seat.
Which one? The checked shirt? Yeah, I guess because the other one's got like a badge sign on.
So I made the comment that, like, sir, can we have one more button, please?
just 3 more buttons.
Just at least one more button. But halfway through this interview,
what is this guy filming? Like an OnlyFans back there?
It's either that or he like starts dozing off, starts looking sleepy. Then Alex plugs his phone in
to the cop car.
To the cop car. Again, the attorney is still just like, maybe I want to be present and like be alert. Maybe I don't. I'm not really sure. You're answering a lot of questions right now, so I'm going to shut my eyes.
This attorney's on what we call island time, baby. He is gone.
Just now, granted,
Look at
it's
his
one-
eyes. I mean,
know.
at least they're open, but he's like,
Now, granted, this is 1:30 in the morning, but sir, can we get like that's nappy nap time?
are you kidding me?
Like, can we get another button? Can we do the questions? And then
So-
at the end, there's not a question pending. It was a discussion about whether he touched the body. He answers and says, yes, I turned them over. And then it stops. And then there's nothing pending. And he says, well, I guess I walked up to them and did this other stuff. And the attorney's just sitting there letting it happen.
The attorney didn't say anything other than maybe you should charge your phone by plugging it into the cop car. That was
Into
his
the cop
sole
car.
contribution during the entire interview.
So I'm seeing the chat saying that this attorney does not do criminal law, and no kidding. But you know what your job is if you're a civil lawyer and your
Tell your client to shut
phones
up
you?
while you find a better attorney.
Yeah.
Tell your client to shut up while we find you a criminal attorney.
Mhm.
I'm not going for this.
I will tell you that I have had a file. So guy was charged with serious offense, not murder, but going to jail for several years, kind of shit.
Mhm.
And I get a call from this civil lawyer, and he's like, "Hey, my guy who I do mortgages for is in custody with these charges. What should I do?" And I'm like, "You should give me his name, and I will handle this."
Yep. And tell him to shut up.
And he's like, what? And I'm like, you will send me I think I just basically said like $250 to just to get you out of this. And I was just like, I will tell him what to do. And it's like, so I call this guy up and he's like, where's my lawyer? I'm like, your lawyer does real estate transactions. You need to listen to me because I do criminal law. The most important moments in your life are about to come up. And because it's Canada, he's not allowed to have me there in the room. But I'm like, the most important moments in your life are about to happen to you right now.
Mhm.
And you need to shut your mouth. There is literally nothing you can gain by saying something. You will make everything worse the more you talk. He's like, okay. I'm like, so let's rehearse. Hi, I'm Officer so-and-so. What do you do for, we're just here to talk to you, so we just got some basic questions. What do you do for work? Like, what do you do? And the guy's like, oh, I do. And I'm like, no, you have already failed. Your job is shut up. When he asks you, what do you do for work? Your answer is what? And he's like, and I'm like, yes, that is the answer.
Yeah, exactly. Respectfully, I can't answer your questions without my attorney present. That's the only thing you're allowed to say.
He's like, what? And I'm like, so how's the weather? And he's like, oh, it's been nice. I'm like, no. Your answer to that is shut up. And so finally, the guy sort of gets it through his head. And I get a call from his civil lawyer, and his civil lawyer's pissed. He's like, I just got, his interview for his, criminal file, and he didn't tell the police anything. He kept his mouth shut. I'm like,
good.
First of all, good. Second of all, why do you have his criminal file? And third of all, if he didn't say anything and you think this is a bad idea, why do you have his criminal file? You should not be doing criminal files. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, tell you what. I'm going to sell your house right now. Like, we'll do this. Ask me some basic questions. He's like, okay, what are the steps in conveyancing? I'm like, dunno.
No.
And he's like, well, what do you have to do to affect a land transfer? I'm like, no freaking clue. And he's like, well, I'm like, this is what you're doing. You are stepping into this kind of world. You don't know. And the only things you think you know are wrong. You're going to get your client sent to jail for years. So finally, he's like, well, what do I do? I'm like, I can take the file, But I get the sense that this lawyer was kind of suspicious of me. He had like the big, like, I get the sense that you're worried that I'm just trying to steal money from you. So let me give you a list of like 5 other lawyers that you can send it to that aren't me. But just so you know, I've got no financial interest in this, but just don't screw your client over by taking this freaking file. Like, dabblers in criminal are the worst.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Yep. It is so stupid because you get people who are like, well, I don't know what's going on. You get people who are like, well, I'm just going to file my client's evidence by affidavit. It's like, no, that's not how we do things here. Yeah. If this guy doesn't do criminal law, what's he got any business being in that back seat?
None.
Taking a nap, telling his client to plug his phone into the cop car.
And not wearing a shirt.
I mean, he's wearing it, but he's wearing it like as a cape.
I'm not a criminal lawyer, and I know the
chat
right.
said,
We have nothing to say.
yeah.
Yep.
Someone in the chat
We
said,
have nothing
"Be
to
nice
say.
to him."
Is my client under arrest? No? Great. We're leaving. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. See,
Yep.
Charge
Hey,
him.
you're already in your car. You can drive the fuck away from here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. So the chat was saying that maybe he was getting dressed, and I said maybe he should have finished before he got in the car.
Yeah.
So let me do this. We're gonna catch up on some super chats, and then I want to hit the very few things that I had lined up for today from today's hearing. Literally,
I think we should do the standard legal advice as a meditation to the chat because we can all use a little calmness in our lives.
Well,
so let's just take a deep breath and do the meditation.
Sarah Sutton has a good
wish to
question
remain
in your
silent. I want an attorney. I wish to remain silent. I want an attorney.
This one. Let me answer this question. If he's innocent, why wouldn't he speak? Because you cannot talk your way out of a jail cell. You can only talk your way into one.
Yep.
In no circumstance can you ever talk your way out of trouble. You can only talk your way into trouble. If they are asking you questions and you think you can answer a question that will get them to look somewhere else other than you, you are answering a question in a way that has them putting your name in a piece of paper, on a piece of paper, in a notepad you don't want to be in. You don't want your phone number there. You don't want your statement there. The cops, while they are great in times of need, when you need them to stop an active threat, when they are in their investigative process, they are not your friends. And now this is a lawyer talking, and now I'm very much just have that ingrained in me. But the whole concept of anything you say can and will be used against you is 1,000,000% only. Everything you say absolutely will be used against you and only can be used against you. It cannot be used to help you. Nothing you tell the cop will ever be used in your own defense. If you go to trial, all the statements that you said to the cop that should have gotten you out of trouble, you're not allowed to put those in front of the court.
Yep. But the other thing, other things to consider. Nobody's innocent because there are so many crimes out there that you've never even heard of. That, and the thing is that I have seen people tell the cops about their day, and the cops are like, okay, cool. In the course of that, you committed some other petty minor stuff, and so we're going to try to hold you on that crap. And I've seen that where they're like, we're going to hold you on this minor offense that nobody's ever heard of that you've just admitted to. So that's a thing that happens. The other thing is that anything you tell the police first, I saw somebody in the chat mentions my cousin Vinny, and the police are not necessarily going to report what you say accurately, both in terms of tone and in terms of what you actually say. Now, it's helpful if you've got video, but that's not a guarantee. And so if you watch my cousin Vinny, I'm going to do a video on this at some point, but where he goes like, I shot the clerk. And then the officer reports it as I shot the clerk. It's like, this is something that happens. You know who never talks to the police when they're arrested? Police. Like police who deal with all of these things, who know what the best strategy is, who know what the best possible thing to say to a cop is, say nothing because it's the best possible thing to say to a cop. The other thing is,
this brings up the one exception I said.
Yeah.
Active threat.
But
if
here's
it's
the
an
thing.
Even then, if it's an active threat, I'm just telling you, you can tell cops what you observed when you had literally when you are just if I witness a vehicle accident from like across the street, yes, I'm telling the cops what I witnessed.
Yeah. Number one, you have no idea what your exposure points are. And that's not because you're not smarter than me. I don't know what your exposure points are. Your lawyer doesn't know what your exposure points. We have no clue. Because, we're coming this cold and we have no idea what the police think they know, what evidence they think they have, what evidence might suggest that you're the person that you don't even know about. Like you could be completely innocent in every way, but you somehow match the description of something from something you did completely innocently. So you don't know what your thing is. Number two, you are going to lock yourself into a particular story. And that is now something that you're bound with, that if you have to change for whatever reason is going to be a problem. And number
Gerald
three,
Stanley trial here in Canada. If Gerald Stanley hadn't talked to the police, I don't think they would have proceeded with charges against him.
And the third thing is, like, you might say something that's a misstatement, and now you're bound by that too, because it might be the case, right? It might be the case that Alex Murdaugh said something was just sloppy. Like Rob read it as a lie. I read it as potentially. I went to check on them. I went to check them. I tried to turn them over. Okay, what exactly does that mean? I tried to turn them over. Does that mean I touched them? Well, maybe not. Like, but now you have this statement. Like, I tried to touch them over. Like, I went over with the intention to touch them over, but I realized it was futile, so I never touched them. Could be a way you could parse that statement. But now you have the statement. Now you have to explain, and if you're explaining, you're losing. So you have all kinds of problems. So the best thing you can do is just keep your mouth shut. The Pop Brothers at Law teach us it is shut the fuck up Friday. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Don't talk to the police.
Now, Margot Rana, thank you. Everyone who thinks innocent people should talk to police, search "Don't Talk to Police" and click the vid. With 18 million views, it's a viral lecture from a law professor who walks through exactly how innocent people end up in jail. We cover these in Trials of the Century. We cover these in Innocence Project. And this is the other question. Ann Bell Feinstein, if you call the cops because you're the victim of a burglary, can you talk to them?
I called the cops because I got a death threat, and about a month afterwards, I got a call from the police saying that they had cleared me in the investigation they opened into me. So by calling they did no investigation into the guy who threatened me, but they opened an investigation into me, and they could have decided to proceed with charges against me.
Let me give you the safest and best answer to this that you're going to hear on this stream, and it's the only answer that I think that's going to be endorsed by my channel. If you are called by the police officers to give a statement,
call a lawyer in your area.
The first thing you do is call a lawyer in your area and you talk to them. And who does criminal law. Call a lawyer in your area who specializes in criminal law and have them at your side. Give a full discussion to them. Tell them absolutely everything about your whereabouts, everything honestly for the time preceding your interview to that officer, and all the facts and circumstances that they could possibly be relevant to the circumstances that bring you there.
Answer their questions because
speak to that lawyer and tell them everything openly and honestly. And then when it comes to meeting with the officers, do not talk to them outside the presence of that lawyer, and do not answer a question that lawyer tells you not to answer. And every time the cop asks you a question, you do this. You look to your lawyer, and if your lawyer says, go ahead, you answer the question. And the cop asks the next question, you look to your lawyer, and the lawyer says, go ahead, and you answer the question. Call a lawyer.
I can say here in Canada, the only clients who have a right to have a lawyer present are youths. Adults don't have a right to have a lawyer present. Every time I've had a youth client who's, where they've been like, we're going to have a lawyer present. The youth has called me and I've been like, I will roll out to the station. I get there for the interview and the police are like, we're not going to do it. And that's the best thing, right? My clients are just like, sometimes they're like, what do you mean they're not going to take my statement? I'm like, this is a happy outcome. Don't talk to your lawyer. Like, don't necessarily tell your lawyer the whole story. Answer their questions, because your lawyer may want to hear the whole story, but I will tell you, there are plenty of times where I'm just like, I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because we will have this conversation in person when I can get there. But I don't know if this, the lawyer call is not supposed to be recorded, but there have been situations where the police have violated that. I'm like, I don't want you saying anything that isn't a question, something I've directly asked, because a lot of the time it's just like, I don't even need to know your story right now.
Well, here's the thing, and we're getting sidetracked, so we're going to get back on topic. But leaving it kind of with this one, yes, lawyers are expensive, which is why you have the right to remain silent and not say things.
Yep.
And what we are telling you is proceed with beyond all due caution. Officers, you just proceed with beyond all due
even
caution.
Good enough. If you talk to the police, you'll incriminate yourself within 5 minutes flat. I guarantee. You'll go from "How's your day going?" to "I committed the murders." It's not going to end well. I've heard too many of these tapes. Rob, and so have you. We've heard too many of these trials.
It's too much.
Where the person's just like, "How long is it going to take for them to incriminate themselves?" Let's start a stopwatch.
The police take entire classes, and I mean, if the police think you've committed 2 homicides, the guy that you're being put in that room with is not a guy who this is his first police interview. This is somebody, they're probably putting you in with a detective who pretty much specializes in these kinds of interviews. Yeah. And meanwhile, you specialize in making a decent cup of coffee and turning scotch into urine. So overall, the cop has got an advantage on you in that scenario. I watch people walk in and they're like, oh, hey, this cop is 60 years old. That totally means I've got the advantage. I'm like, no, it means he's been doing these interviews for 40 freaking years. And you are about to get schooled by, and they start off talking about the weather and whatever. And the cops just very skillfully get them to incriminate themselves a little more and a little more and a little more. And then eventually it's then they're admitting to all sorts of things that now they're like, well, I didn't actually do that. It's like, well, okay. But you told the police that, and the court's not going to believe that you just got played by this detective. So, yep, you're screwed. It just is what it is. This is like you're getting into your first boxing match and being like, who do I want to fight? I know, I want to fight Mike Tyson in his prime, or,
Mike Tyson now, for that matter.
Yeah.
That's not ending well.
But literally everything they ask you is part of a strategy. When you get in there and they're like, so what do you do for work? That's part of just trying to, once you start talking, it's hard to stop talking. And second, it's part of building a friendship with you. It's part of trying to make you think that these cops might be on your side. It's real, all of this, it's all a game to them. And you're losing if you're playing. Because if you don't know what the rules of the game are, it's like sitting down to chess and you've never heard of chess before. And suddenly it's like, I think I'm doing really well. And the guy's like, you certainly are. Do you want to put some money on this? Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you're talking to the people in the chat right now are talking to 3 of the most cynical people that you're going to find. That's look, you don't come to us for I'm not going to teach you how to, well, I will teach you how to build stuff in the shop.
I mean, I will do a leatherworking stream sometime.
These aren't really life lessons. You're kind of talking to people who have been through. We're trained to have every single guard up and see every red flag. And a lot of them are there. And the thing is,
The thing is like, how do I safely talk to the cops? Is like, how do I safely date Amber Heard?
Ouch.
The
Also,
answer is
like,
you don't, right?
that's
Everything about
like
that is wrong.
10
And
wrong
that analogy is probably closer than we really want to be, because much like dating Amber Heard, it probably is going to start really well.
Yep. I mean, you're going to think everything's great right up until you're like, wait, I'm the one who's been getting screwed this whole time.
Yeah. Or dating Eliza Seep.
Oh,
Knows.
no.
Did you cover Eliza Blue?
We did not. Kurt has been talking about her on his channel.
I described this as like she found the Streisand effect shotgun and has pointed it at her face and pulled the trigger repeatedly.
It's been interesting.
So far, she
watching
seems to be
Streisand
winning
effects
because
pull
she's
out
managed to
and
get
play out
her
in, like, real
stuff
time.
taken down basically everywhere.
Well, it's because I think her and Elon Musk must have had some moments together. Because, yeah, he's pulling a lot of weight to, and I mean, all the people who are telling me, oh, Elon Musk is going to be the next great age of free speech on Twitter.
And free speech
And I was telling them, like, no, that's not who Elon Musk is. You've got to look into his history. The guy is absolutely, a censor.
I have a video. I have a video that I saved for this particular moment, and it's not it's not what you guys think it is at all.
I'm hoping it's.
No, it's not. It's not. The video that I have saved is something that I knew
MTV
I would
then.
need.
Or...
It's not MTV. It's this.
Jack of all trades, or do you just have ADHD and you got kind of decent at everything?
Listen, ma'am, I don't know you, but I don't really appreciate you. Oh, fuck, what was that? Calling me out? Nah, god damn
it. Yep. That was saved for the ADHD moment that I knew was going to be coming.
I mean, yeah. It happens when I'm on a stream.
Oh, okay.
You do know that I can replace my camera on screen with any arbitrary image or video I want, right?
Oh, no, don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Show us the chicken.
I replaced it with Tiger.
Oh, I like Tiger. That's good.
In honor of Clemson.
That's a good one. I like that one. All right.
But
we'll catch up. I think.
But for you, there's chicken.
There's the chicken. There's the chicken.
Chicken is here to represent you. We cluck for justice.
Yep.
And it's funny, in a lot of courtrooms, that'll be the second biggest cock in the courtroom.
Oh my God. This is what happens. This is what happens. Okay. I have to catch up. We're catching up on super chats. Ready? New drinking game. Every time Poot says butchered, take a drink. We would have been drunk by now. Thank you, Baby Gator. AV to the 7th power. Thank you very much. Stopping by to say hi. Great job covering this, guys. Good opening to observe from a law student's perspective. The opening statement by the prosecutor I thought was solid to begin with, then went weak. Opening statement by the defense never caught traction, was all over the place and discombobulated. Theta Coker, thank you very much. Lived in what is this? Williamsboro? Walterboro, South Carolina, Colleton County for the last 38 years. Can't believe how not packed the courtroom is.
Yeah, I've been very surprised by that too.
Bare bones dry. It's been really empty. Whiskey 77, thank you very much. If you hit the like button, Andy will post Rob's sects that he sends him at 3 a.m. Let the record reflect. Andy is keeping those to himself. Andy, there he is, right on time. I'll even describe said provocative text messages using foods, flavored spices, and meats. My gosh, Andy, you are on fire this evening. Talia E., thank you very much. Coming in late from Wisconsin with a mud puppy porter and post-surgery puppy and the cone of shame. Getting some sketching off-road modifications done while I catch up on 1.75 speed. Love y'all. Thank you, Talia, for being here, and I hope that's gone well.
Potter hated the cone of shame.
Cone of shame is the cone of shame. Melissa McCaffrey, thank you very much. A little Pappy Van Winkle tonight. Ooh, special. You made me choke today on Emily's live stream with "It Gets Bigger If You Wiggle It" comment. Love listening to you, Dallas, Texas. Emily was trying to make her cursor larger, and apparently on a Mac, if you wiggle the cursor, it gets bigger. And she was wiggling it. She goes, if you wiggle it, it gets bigger. And I was like, oh my God, Emily, what did you just say? Chat thought I was inappropriate.
You guys would have loved. So earlier today, I went to a bail hearing. And it's a bail hearing, unfortunately, with a publication ban. So I've got some restrictions as to what I can say. But the accused is a Mr. De Ruyter, and he's charged with 4 counts of SA. Basically, this guy is a cult leader and is accused of having had relations with his sort of flock there. So he had his bail hearing. He got bail, but eventually I'm going to be able to talk about it after the trial happens. And there were some things said that, oh my God, I wish I could share, because they're kind of spicy, some of the comments.
I'm so confused. If I can have the power to only send 2 tanks, your plot is over and you're jail and life. Huh. I don't understand that one.
I feel like that was like a weird threat.
I hope not. If it was, I don't like it. If it wasn't, I'm still confused. Jax, you can make a clarification if you want. Andy the Game Maker, does Wandering Dick hang out with Hawk? Michael, I'm not sure if Michael, Hawk is seeing anybody right now. Upbeat Data, thank you very much. Poot, that is all. His nickname is Poot. Susan Lewis, thank you very much. Dick's wandering during the day just kills me. Sit down.
Whose nickname is Poot?
The lawyer's name is Harpootlian.
So
and his nickname is
Dick. His name is Dick Poot. Yep, that's his name. That's the name.
Yep.
Wait. Seriously?
Yeah, his name is Dick. His name is Dick Harpootlian. So his name is Dick Poot. Yeah.
Poot.
What do you want? That's his name.
I need new reality, because this one has
nope, not with this case. You're not going to get it with this case. You're not going to get new reality with this case. You're going to get this case's reality, which is a weird reality.
I'm sorry, if I walk into a lawyer's office and he's like, you can call me Dick Poot, I'd be like,
Poot.
Okay, bye. Sorry.
Also, he's a state senator.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
Vote Dick Poot for another 5 years of Dick Pooting? I don't know.
Yep. That's what it is.
I feel like his constituents get what they deserve at this point.
It's kind of, he's been wild to watch in court. He's actually been really kind of entertaining watching court. Susan Lewis, Dick's wandering during the day just kills me. Sit down. A lot of people agree. JR, thank you very much. What's your thoughts on everyone just wandering around the well at any given time, or as Emily put it, free-range lawyers? It is freaking crazy and it's driving me nuts, and that's the clip I want to get to if I can when I get caught up on these super chats.
I can tell you.
I will simply say that that's like part of like standard things when you're like housekeeping, like at the front of trial, in terms of the use of well and stuff. And different judges have different tolerance for that. So some judges will just be like, yeah, you can use the well to walk around. And I kind of like that style personally, but it's a personal thing.
I do too, but this judge is about to put a stop to it real quick. He was getting tired of it towards the end.
If I started walking around the well in a jury trial, I can tell you the judge would be like, Sheriff, you can, show Mr. Runkle where he gets to stand as forcefully as necessary.
Yeah. Hey, Peter, Rob, you need to be aware that your subscribers are attempting to slow furry pill you. No, it's just unicorn stuff. I don't really care about it. It's kind of funny. Rob the Flash Unicorn Barrister. Thank you, Ryan Man YYC. Andy the Game Maker, my daughter has the same one. Your daughter has good taste. Thank you very much. Magic Monster, thank you very much. Does the feed room floor have a drain? They were implying washing feces away. I did not see a drain. I'm sure we're going to hear testimony about that come Monday. The Lauren, thank you very much. Have you ever gotten a hammer moment in your trial? The hammer
What are they
moment.
describing as a hammer moment?
Hammer.
Stop hammer time? Is the judges mad?
No, this has a specific context. Trying to think about it. Kind of the bang, like just a gavel, like a gavel telling me to shut up.
We don't have gavels in Canadian courts.
We have them here. I haven't gotten the gavel.
I've actually won a trial on the basis that we don't have gavels in Canadian.
You know, I think this might be like
Oh,
a
really?
talking
How's that
down
work?
to by the judge.
A witness, like the complainant on one file, was talking about a previous court hearing, and she described how the judge slammed his gavel on the, as he was making his ruling, and I was like, this clearly didn't happen because there are no gavels in Canadian courts. We don't use gavels. So this sounds like a story she's making up based on having watched American TV. And once you've got that the witness is making up stories based on stuff they saw on TV, their evidence is not super great. So, yeah, gavel won me a trial.
You're gavelless in Canada? Do you guys need gavels? Because Rob can probably help you out or something.
I can probably.
We've got sheriffs. Anything you need done, the sheriffs can do.
Yeah, but if
I've
what
seen
you're
them
referring
bring
to
like,
is a go ahead.
I've seen them bring like 8 sheriffs into a courtroom to effect order. I mean, dude with gun is way more effective than I have a tiny hammer.
Don't dismiss the power of tiny hammer.
Tiny hammer.
That's
can
not
do
nice.
well.
That's not nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
it's not the size of the
moment,
hammer; it's what you do with it. But
yeah, if people are making comments about a mic drop moment in court, I have had one where the entire dispute was about the color of a vehicle, and the only witness that was there testifying, and I asked the question that I didn't know the answer to, which is the number one thing you don't do, and he testified, and it was about talking about pearlescent paint, and my client was the painter of the vehicle, who was accused of doing a bad job. He did a shitty job. And I asked the person for whom they made the paint of the vehicle, I said, isn't the reason people buy pearlescent paint is because it shows multiple colors depending on the angle of light you look at. And the guy says, I wouldn't know. And I said, well, what do you mean? Isn't that the purpose behind her pearlescent paint? And he says, I don't know. It's just the most popular color that we put on our limos. And I said, well, isn't it true that when you look at pearlescent paint in different angles of light, that it shows as a different color? And the guy says, I wouldn't know. I'm colorblind. And the entire courtroom just went completely dead silent. The bailiff looked up at me like jaw on the floor. And
did this really happen?
This really happened. This really happened. And I asked him the follow-up question. I said, well, how colorblind are you? And he says, well, what do you mean? I said, some people are colorblind in that they can't see a green or they can't see reds. What can you not see? He says, oh no, I'm 98% colorblind. I see grays. And this was when his other witness, who had actually been driving the vehicle, had failed to show up, was running late in response to a subpoena. So
what was the issue that raised the color of things?
He was saying the vehicle was painted improperly and that it didn't get the color that he wanted.
How would he know?
That was kind of the point. His attorney jumped up and objected, and the judge says, basis for the objection. And she goes,
this is really bad for my case.
No, she just goes and sits back down. I've never, this was also my 3rd year as an attorney. I cannot ever replicate this ever again in my life. But the thing is, his witness showed up. His witness showed up about 30 minutes later and gets on the stand. And the first freaking question out of opposing counsel's mouth, sir, are you colorblind? And he says, no. She goes, how's your vision? He says, 20/20. She goes, and you saw the vehicle? And he says, yes. And I was like, damn it. But still, one of the coolest moments in court. You don't get those as an attorney. It was pretty cool.
No, that was basically the world giving you an absolute gift.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And sir, you're black. Extra points if it's with Judge A, meaning wearing my unicorn hoodie. No, thank you. I will get in a lot of trouble.
Judge A will have a sense of humor in terms of the creative punishment she decides to impose on you for that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is if I pay you enough for the inconvenience of jail time, you will wear the unicorn in front of a judge. No, there is nothing you can pay me that will convenience me to that point. Can confirm.
As a fellow Virginia lawyer, I promise to defend you at the ethics hearing.
This is the thing that they're talking about.
Ian, you guys see the glory.
It lights up.
Huh.
I have pause. It's a unicorn hoodie.
You should wear that in court.
I should not. Ever.
So I got to ask, shiny metal snap, or do I need to go out to the garage to get a black snap?
Black.
Yeah, I don't have any black snaps in the house. I'm gonna.
Yeah, but I think it's the right call.
I think you're right.
I love that color so much, though. That's
cool.
so cool.
It's I've got like a collection of pouches now that I have yet to figure out what I got to do, or what I'm gonna do with. But I will have to figure that out.
Ox blood is best blood.
The chat is unilateral in their whole black snap.
So I've got ox blood here, and this one is just red with a little bit of antiquing, because there's a few sort of lines and cracks and so forth that I've tried to bring out. Yes, this is more of the blood red rather than the ox blood. But
I like it.
And some House Hippo's asking, did Kurt get his Christmas gift yet? No, it's still in my garage. I got to mail it. So that's got to happen.
Anna B can't confirm South Carolina Low Country is gorgeous. I've made the drive several times to Charleston from Augusta. I loved it every time. It is beautiful. I love driving through the marshes. It's one of the most gorgeous
that
drives.
marsh grass, and you get the trees right up in the marsh grass, and I really like the way it smells down there too, personally, and the pluff mud that you get there.
It really is one of the most beautiful things. I love that area so much.
Yeah. And the people are so nice and kind. Charleston's a beautiful town, and Beaufort, we're spent some time in that whole region. And where this trial's held, Waldoboro, Duke's Barbecue and Grill, baby. That's the place to eat, man. I'm telling you.
Is that a thing there?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Namaste.
I am saving something really quick because I wanted to upload this. Okay. Good. All right. Continuing on. Thank you very much, Anna B. Very much appreciated. Patricia Delbell, thank you very much. If Kurt didn't get the Hot Ones kit in time, could he drink nice big glasses of milk and tease and judge you? And Ian, that hot sauce kit, I have had two. I've had one of the hotter ones in there, and it is not a joke. This is I'm going to see all kinds of colors. Thank you, Lady Drake, very much. Super chat. Why was the unicorn such a good guitar player? He knew all the unicorns. Sorry, Rob, Trufflehound can't have all the damn jokes. Knew all the unicorns. I love it. Happy Sunshine. What's more fun, unfiltered Hogue or tired Runkle? Oh, that's a tie. That's a tie. I'm going to say that when Ian's not here. That's a tie. The Lauren, thank you very much. I thought GSR, gunshot residues, was discharged if the gun has recently been fired. If he grabbed a rifle, but if the gun hasn't been shot, then he wouldn't be GSR. Right. Incorrect. GSR is essentially gunshot residue, which is a powder. When shot is expelled, when a powder is discharged, it leaves a residue that actually floats in the air and then also lands and is around the proximity of the breech, around proximity of the trigger, around proximity of the barrel. Going and touching that is going to result in transfer on your palm, on your hand, all around. So GSR is going to be present around that gun, and lots of it.
Yeah. And again, this is a hunting lodge, so the idea that there's GSR like on literally everything is kind of a default assumption.
It's going to be literally everywhere.
We found GSR. I'd be more interested if you didn't find GSR. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see here. I want to catch up real quick. Good. Ariana's mama. Any thoughts on the Johnny Miller conviction? Oh, is this the Dumpster Bros? I'm not sure if that's the case. But yeah, that conviction.
It seems technically correct.
Yeah, dad gets convicted. Dad was the one that taunted. The son wasn't taunting. Son gets acquitted. I saw that one being kind of proper. Pampered
that
Chili.
Makes sense.
Did they do sentencing on that yet?
That was
Is that
supposed to be today. See if you can look that up. See what happened.
Okay, let me see what I can find.
Yeah, Pampered Shelly on YouTube. I go to subscriptions. All I see is who I is streaming. It shows Kurt is on, but I don't get notifications either. That is YouTube. That has been killing a lot of channels recently, and it's been a problem in the past month and a half, more so than I think it has been in a while.
14 years. 14 years.
14?
Yep.
Any suspended or all served?
That's not how Texas works. They think they give up to half for good credit, but he's 72, so you know.
That's the end of that. So better?
Much.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
14 years saying I doubt it. Or even more the point, like just not de-escalating in any way. It's a dumpster. Get over it.
It's just, guys, be smart. Like, it doesn't matter if you're defending. The Cold Castle stuff. I mean, Branca says it the best. You never want to actually use the thing. You never want to use the gun ever.
Yep.
Being in a self-defense case is the worst possible scenario you could imagine. Second only to not being in that, and because you're dead.
I tell people that if you're ever using, a weapon in self-defense, you had better have been backing up or having a damn good reason as to why you couldn't.
Yep.
So like either you're retreating or you're like, I can't flee my house. I can't leave my kid behind. Because if it's like, your kid is there, then you've got a great reason for like why you're not bailing. But if you're just like, yeah, I couldn't leave this guy to have the dumpster.
Yeah, putting aside the law, if you can retreat.
Yep.
For your own safety, if no other reason. If you're using deadly force, it's because there's a threat to your life. If you can solve that threat by leaving, leave. That's really good advice.
And let's consider, like, let's say he won this one. Like, let's say he was acquitted of all charges. Great. He's going to be out, what, $50,000 for that? Congratulations. Like, not walking away cost you 50 grand.
Yeah.
That's the best case scenario on you.
Very much so.
So, he's got a much worse case scenario than that. So, yeah. I'm
Pampercelli, but yeah, please, to those of you in the chat, if you're here from wherever you are, glad to have you here. If you like the content, please hit the like button of the video. If you like the people that are seeing on screen, that is Kurt to my left, Mr. Uncivil Law. Below me is Mr. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Great content creators on YouTube, great legal analysis and content. Please go like and subscribe to their channels and their videos. And if you do like the content you hear here, please hit that subscribe button. I really do appreciate it very much, very, very much.
On a personal level, I would really appreciate anyone who wants to drop by my streams when I'm covering these ongoing trials. I appreciate everyone who's there and watching with me. It makes it a lot more enjoyable for me.
Yep. I've been popping into the chat and popping on stream when I can. So I'll be there when I can.
It's always nice when you're talking to someone and not just to an empty room. Because to an empty room kind of sucks. That's one of the most challenging things about streaming sometimes is you're just talking to a screen going like, hi screen. It's weird.
It can be a little funny. And Michelle M, thank you very much. Also recovering from the coof, and tonight is sending me into coughing fits because of laughing. Can't laugh or sing, worst side effect, but loving it. Yeah, that's been really annoying. Also, it went after my taste for red wine. That really pissed me off this week. Oh,
did it get better?
It did. It did.
I was thinking about just drinking I thought about it, about breaking out a bottle of red wine and drinking it on camera. I was like, that just seems like such a dick thing to do. So I actually had respect for you.
It went after that taste. I opened a bottle of wine. I think I texted Ian and I think I texted Kurt, like, guys, it went after my red wine. And I was so pissed because it tasted like freaking vinegar. Oh.
And I immediately offered to solve Rob's problem.
Yeah.
I will just
I can drink your wine.
I'll just note that Rob has like 40 bottles, and
it's a 240 bottle wine cellar.
Yeah, you had like 40 bottles upstairs and then like the wine cellar, and everything is just fantastic. So I was just like, oh, that's That's tragic.
Yeah. This week was tough. Heather, thank you very much. You would lose your mind about jury selection in New Zealand. The only time I was called, it was basically up to us to excuse ourselves if we had a conflict. This was one of the wildest jury selections I've seen. Mav, thank you very much. Clean shirt means everything is all white now. It was interesting. Neurodivergent counselor, it's been fighting a gnarly sinus infection for 17 days, so I understand recovering from yuckiness. Hope the cough goes away soon. I think that's the worst part of any yuckiness. It's miserable. I like it, Ian. Show us again.
So this is the look. I got the snaps installed. I hit mute for a second just because it involves pounding with a hammer, and nobody needs to hear that. But yeah, it's all set up.
Toots, good vibes to Secret McSquirrel. Yes, Secret McSquirrel is doing some Secret McSquirrel stuff and needs a little Secret McSquirrel love. So
I haven't heard
much
any
love.
tell because people were asking me about her and she was missing. I don't know anything about this. So whatever's going on, I hope she's well.
Yep. So we're going to offer some healing prayers and some wonderful thoughts in her direction. If we don't mind, please do.
It's kind of terrible that we've got so many people who are ill right now, because her, Hogue, both sort of trying to recover. It's I don't like hearing that good people are getting laid low by stuff.
Send some love in her direction, please, if you guys don't mind. That'd be wonderful. Yep. And to all those that are healing and sick, please keep them in your thoughts. Crazy Cat Queen, 1968 would make him 54. Yeah, he did say he was 57, I think. But that was interesting.
Yeah, I misspoke. I made a mistake.
Cerebellum, love you, Rob. Here from Lawyer You Know. Where are my peeps at? All the golfers. I actually can share this because there are other ones coming for others that are on stream.
But let's be honest, golf is the worst sport.
I don't know that it's the worst sport. It's a fantastic sport. It's wonderful. It's remarkably challenging.
It's a good walk ruined.
This went in the mail today. Rather, yesterday it went in the mail.
What worse sports are there?
Isn't that neat? I think it's cool. That was on the CNC. So that went off in the mail. I've got
it looks good.
4 other blanks that are currently being milled this weekend. So it's been quite a fun little challenge. I've really enjoyed it. So
and Apple Silver in the chat. I don't know if he's trying to chirp at me because I was in court today. I was watching court today, but was asking, did I win my first case? I did, although that was back in like 2012. But I did win my first case.
Yay.
But if you were implying that it was my first case in court today, then no, you missed it by like many years.
Hey, you know what? It happens. I wish it was my first case. Looking up the booking info, he's 55 now. At the time of rest, he was 54. Thank you, The Wanderer. Cerebellum, thank you very much. And Kurt, love you too. Thank you very much, Cerebellum. Mysterica. Run.
Yep.
It's the feds. Oh, it's just the sleds. Never mind. LOL. Yep. Kind of funny. Courtney Jordan, thank you very much. I'm so confused. I'm confused on why they waited so long to search the main house. Me too. Couldn't do much evidence because be destroyed, missing, etc. Thank you for helping us learn. Yeah. 3 months from when the search warrant, 3 months to search the house. Any clothing, anything you're going to find. Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah,
I mean, in that kind of time, a tie could make it from like one country to another.
A tie can make it from one country to another in a week. You've already proven that. Did the tie work today, by the way?
I thought the tie worked well. I was wearing that in court today.
I love seeing when the tie pops up on Twitter. It's awesome. The travels of Rob's tie. Jen S. so upset he can't give full name of son's best friend forever. I kind of scrolled past the names. We didn't need to hear all that stuff. I didn't really. That interview, I don't know if it gave as much as I thought it was going to. Rabbit, thank you very much. I have to bury one of my grandsons on Monday. Oh my God, I'm so terribly sorry. Thank you both for helping me hold it together tonight and getting me out on my tears. I hope that it's a mixture of happy laughs of just express the emotion. I'm very sorry to hear that. That's probably one of the worst things that anyone could ever imagine. My thoughts and prayers go to you and your family. So I hope that many healing thoughts in your direction, please. Jen B, thank you very much. I'm a mom. If I found my son shot dead, I'd be covered in blood from picking him up, holding him, trying to make him alive again. I'd look like I stared in Carrie. Yeah.
Yeah.
People respond differently. I completely understand that sentiment. When I was hearing people when I was watching moms in the chat, when that testimony was revealed, they were talking about how nothing would stop them from trying to make that child alive again. And that's part of these cases that's really hard to hear. So, yeah. Catherine S., thank you very much. Murdaugh had someone assisting him in the murder. I don't know. The theory that the state is putting forward is that he did it himself. That's what they have to prove. KWNY Upstate, thank you very much. The time to do something is more than just to take the action. You also need prep time to make sure you can succeed. I don't see that much time. 20 minutes on either end. You had 20 minutes between when the son took a video to when he left that property. And then you had 20 minutes from the time that he returned to the property, verified by his phone calls and vehicle proximity, to when the police arrive on scene. 20 minutes in either end. That's a tight time frame for those things to happen.
A lot of stuff happens in shorter time.
It can.
And I mean, a lot of murders are done in like 12 seconds.
It can be. It's
the cleanup, disposal of evidence, and all the rest of it's where we're having some issues.
Yeah,
Ian, you got to pay attention to some of the timeline stuff. This case is something else. A lot of it just does not add up.
I've got to look into it more, but like everything I'm seeing sounds like they're really screwing this case up.
It's still day 2. It's day 2. Let's go, Brandon.
Do you guys have any police departments in Canada that are known for just being colossal fuck ups all the time?
All of them. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm going to get some police giving me grief, but
it's fine. Let's go, Brandon. The fuck's he going to do? Going to hang out with the most savory individuals on the financial crimes, but the marking, this guy does not have it in him. I don't know. This case is weird.
People surprise you.
They do. Gingy Problems, first time caller and listener. I work on employment law, and the facts of this case are presented so far wouldn't even support an official reprimand, much less a murder conviction. Just saying. We have a long way to go. It's day 2, but I will say that it did not start off on the best foot. So they better bring in an investigator, start testifying, start connecting dots. BS, thank you very much. I think he could have done it and then driven directly to his mother's with Alzheimer's, knowing she wouldn't be a witness. The wife's phone was found on the road, I believe. That's one theory. I want to see what the prosecutors have as far as evidence is concerned. They said a lot in their opening statement that the phones would prove a lot. Let's get to the phones. Casey McCloy, thank you very much. This timeline reminds me of the Idaho murder case. Multiple victims, very tight time window, no motive explained, evidence inconclusive at best. I think the Idaho one makes a little more sense than this one, to be honest. This one, I don't know. The Idaho one, we are still so early. You are at PC affidavit. You're at probable cause affidavit, the Idaho case. So there is a heck of a lot to develop in that case. This is the trial. The opening statement is quite literally the narrative that the state is charging. That is what they are trying to prove to you. This is their opportunity to prove that. They need to connect the dots in the next 3 weeks. Island, thank you very much. Once I looked at the timeline, I became convinced he couldn't have done this solo. State has a lot to prove. Perfect execution on a tight timeline. It's weird.
Do you think he's going to put out a book of If I Did It later?
Oh my gosh. No, because he'll be in jail for the other things that he's being accused of. Because the other ones are locked
jail for a while for kidnapping. So
that's true. The other charges that he's charged with, those are like locked tight. Like there's not anything you can do to get around half of those things.
The 106 other felonies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
these two are the ones that are like the weirdest.
That's the other thing is if they've got you like enough time to put you in for the rest of your life, it's like, all right, we're gonna run a full and complete defense that doesn't matter.
Embarrassing the state's always fun, though. I mean, you know.
I mean, I would
if
because
the state really critical fails this role, you know, and now they pollute the perceptions of everyone going into those financial cases.
Wouldn't that be?
Yeah.
If they fail this thing, it'd be like, well, maybe the state's full of shit around the board.
I mean,
You know, who
wouldn't
knows?
that be wild if the state basically botches this so much that they prejudice their own case in the financial cases?
Yeah.
Oh, here's hoping.
Oh, what
it could happen.
I'm always up for a good pratfall.
Yeah.
I feel like this. I need to read this one. Clemson Tiger Nation wants to know why Kurt made himself a Gamecock. Go Cox. Well, the reason we had the chicken thing is because of the story at hand. Because there is a chicken involved in the story. Because of course there is the chicken, which along with there's a dead chicken found on the property, which as part of the lore on my channel we have decided is the real murderer, and this was a murder suicide committed by the chicken. And so we are honoring the chicken through various avatars.
So the cock did it.
Yes, the cock did. Also, Ian has not yet heard about the wonders of the love triangle between clock, seal, and chandelier because also not been on my channel. So he's missing out on all kinds of backstory.
We will get there. We will get there. I will bring this back. We will circle back.
Also, I just want to say, and I'm not sponsored by anybody, but Tiger Thread is absolutely rocking my world here. I've got to buy more of this.
Okay, you got it.
Dude, there's serious chicken. Love chicken. Chicken and Southern ready to fight for
That's
you.
the chicken. That's the chicken. Yeah.
I think that was the lawyer that we were up against in Lawyers and Dragons.
The tiger looks better than the chicken. I gotta say
the tiger is menacing.
The tiger's pretty good tiger. It's a good AI tiger. Yeah. Susan Lewis, thank you very much. Watch his demeanor changes every time he looks at the camera. I didn't really see that too much. I'm going to go back and watch it again. I'm still watching this evidence come in for the first time. Kate Go, thank you very much. Rinsed off at the kennels, quickly scrubbed off in the shower in the house, showered a second time at his mom's. I think it's a desperation murder. That's a lot. That's a lot. I will follow the evidence that the state puts on. They got to get moving. Lynn Coates.
Do you think that this is like Clue should put out a new edition because they've got so many different places with like the kennels and the whatever else? This should be the new version of Clue, like, you know, who done it where with the 300 blackout.
Oh, it's a lot. Yeah, with the 16 gauge and the 12 gauge and the 300 blackout. Yeah. Lynn Coates, thank you. He gets charged. Facts don't fit one person. He's exonerated. Can he be charged with conspiracy? Nope. If they acquit him, he hired someone else.
Done.
Nope. If he's acquitted, he's done. Double jeopardy. The jury has been impaneled. Jeopardy has attached. Conspiracy to commit murder. The underlying
it's
elements.
The same facts.
It's the underlying offense and elements. I mean, come on.
That feels like it's a separate
Jeopardy.
That feels like it's a second bite at the apple.
It's not legal
Jeopardy.
It's not legally the same charge. The only thing that you would have to say that the state knew and basically forfeited the issue, but it's a legally distinct charge. Conspiracy. You can be charged. You can be convicted of conspiracy and the murder. They're legally distinct. So it's technically not double jeopardy because it's not the same charge. So the thing that you would be now going to is the fact that it's from the same underlying criminal transaction. But if the state, through no fault of its own, didn't have evidence, they could theoretically charge conspiracy again in the future.
Oh, that. I see where you're going with that logically. That is so stretchy. That is so stretchy.
Yeah. You can't be
Okay.
twice charged with the same crime, but they're legally distinct crimes. In case you're curious why they're legally distinct crimes, by the way, for two crimes to be the same, or let me do it the other way around. For two crimes to be distinct, they each have to have an element the other does not. So,
Yeah,
for example, in most jurisdictions, although not all, second degree is a lesser included of first, and third is a lesser included of second. The reason it's lesser included is because it loses an element. So, for example, first degree murder might require 5 things. For second degree murder requires 4 things. Third degree murder requires 3 things. So the reason they're not legally distinct is because they don't each require something the other does not. So all first degree murders are second degree, are third degree.
Yes.
Is how many states they're written. So the reason that conspiracy is legally distinct is because they each have elements the other does not. And so they're legally distinct. So it is not the same charge for double jeopardy purposes. So that was way too much legal education at this time of night.
You got to have a set of stones. You have to have a set of stones to charge that after if you get an acquittal.
Yeah, no, that's a bold move, Cotton.
Yep.
You're gonna have a judge with opinions.
Yep.
But because they emerge from the same criminal transaction, which is loose definition,
the killing of a person.
Yeah, because they emerge from the same criminal transaction, in order to get past that issue, the state would basically have to show that it came into evidence through no fault of its own, that it couldn't have had access to after the fact.
It could not have through a diligent investigation.
Yeah, so it's yeah.
Good freaking luck.
Yeah. So there is a mechanism to stop the abuse, but it's not a constitutional mechanism. So
when I say stretchy, that's stretchy. That is
follow the law, baby. Follow the law.
That is tough. Okay. So Lynn Coates, there's your answer. Leader Randolph, thank you. If anyone was following them to the Moselle house for vengeance, why wouldn't they kill the entire family, Alec included? That's a question. I don't know the answer to that one. J. Michael RN, thank you very much. What's your thought on the uncle having the truck found in Hampton County, 911 call in Hampton County, accomplice? The whole reference to 2 people, I think, cuts both ways. It's just the state has to prove that it was him.
My new theory is that Alec Baldwin was the second. Baldwin was the second shooter.
He was the second shooter on the grassy knoll.
He didn't mean to be. It's just that
he was fanning. He was fanning the gun.
He was the one. I don't know what I'm doing, but 3 people just people
he was
just
on a
keep
hunting
dying.
vacation. He's on a hunting vacation with Alex Murdaugh. It's the Alex together. Oh gosh. Anna I or L. Do y'all think it's weird or unethical that Poot was Paul's attorney for the boat case and is now representing Alex? Yeah, that one was weird to me. So the defense attorney, Ian, let me get your take on this one. Defense attorney was representing the son. Was he representing the son or was he suing the son? I thought he was suing the son.
Which direction was it?
Hang on.
Either way, I mean, it doesn't necessarily a conflict of interest because we were discussing this, for example, in the Idaho killer case, right? Because it doesn't necessarily prejudice the representation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to see how that would be a conflict.
I don't think it's under the rules of ethics a conflict.
Unless he'd be somehow using knowledge gained from one for the other.
Yeah, which that doesn't even really make sense because they're so independent. But okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna assume we're okay over here.
I think we're fine. Paul can proceed with it if can file a complaint if he's really upset.
Paul's dead.
I know. That's
Paul's estate, which would be Alex. So hey,
yes.
There you go. So
Unless
Alex can file a complaint for the ethics violation with Paul. I'm sure I'll go over great.
Unless Alex is convicted of the homicide, in which case he stops being the estate, and somebody
probably
else
will stop being his. That probably will help. Yeah.
It's like you don't get to inherit from people you murdered.
He was representing the son. Okay, he was representing the son. Okay, I think it's. I think Ian's answered the question.
Yeah, I don't think it's a conflict. I think
Yeah.
it's, maybe a little weird, but
strange, but I don't know if it's conflict. I see you. Could he have committed the murders naked? Easy, quick cleanup. That sounds like a Lizzie Borden conspiracy.
You don't want blood on your dong.
Ew. Ew. But no, he was also on video, like with the son, like was videotaping while they were down by the kennels. I don't think that makes sense. Courtney Michelle, thank you. The case is like a real life episode of Hunt a Killer Game. Also, love what you guys are doing. Keep up the awesome commentary. Thank you very much, Courtney. Very nice seeing you here. Tanya Fisher, thank you very much. This reads as pure distress to me. However, I'm positive he has deep, dark secrets that pertain to this whole situation he's trying to skirt around.
Oh yeah, there's definitely possibilities there, but
there's a lot of like, because
especially when it comes to convicting them, speculation is not going to cut the mustard. I'm a little bit more willing to speculate for the defense than I'm prosecution. That's for damn sure.
This predates the murder to hire scheme by like a month and a half. So 1.5 months from this thing taking place, someone shoots him on the side of the road. It turns out he paid that person to shoot him. So yeah, I would say he's got some things in his head. Beats Kill Bean, thank you very much. Embarrassed to say, feels very Amber Heard. It was an interesting way to start. Equality. The question is, does he believe his own story? I kind of feel like he does. Would be a weird story to make up. I don't know. I don't know. This is really early on, but that statement didn't do what I thought the prosecutor thought it was going to do. Burrowberries, Mad Libs, your words, sunflower seeds, FBI high school. My gosh. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of all over the place. The sunflower seeds kept coming up. Sunflowers. Margot ran a come on, Robin Curtis. He's obviously talking about the feral jungle cat infestation in South Carolina. Those cats are radical, dude. Oh my word. He was talking about yeah. That story is gonna, I don't know how that's not all over the internet right now. I guess it already is.
I'm honestly lost the reference, but we can move on.
Panthers. Andy Game Maker, I'm surprised he didn't make mention of the heroes from Rob's favorite adult film, Black Hawk Down. Nice, Andy. Sarah V. And a killer of sunflowers for which he was going to be fired. Yep. He killed the sunflowers. He wasn't cutting it.
He killed sunflowers. He killed Black Panthers. He killed the sun. Well, they say in for a penny, in for a pound. Am I right?
That's not how that goes.
That's quite the resume there. I kill everything. Sunflowers, Black Panthers, your kid, whatever.
That is terrible. Oh, I can't. Okay. Here for years. Thank you very much. I suspect the respectful nature of how he's being interviewed has more to do with the police being afraid of who they're dealing with, knowing a mistake could be disastrous. They were rather deferential to him. Sarah Lee, thank you. What's with his hands? Does he have a medical condition? I've watched none of this case so far and know nothing. So sorry, Rob, but fell asleep.
I seem to vaguely recall that.
Up and tuning back in.
I seem to vaguely recall that someone did say that he has essential tremors. I seem to recall that he does have that. So
that's interesting.
Yes,
it's from an allergy to murders.
Oh gosh.
But if I'm making that up, forgive me. But I seem to vaguely recall that.
That's it. I believe you on that one because there's some tics that he had, so that's believable. But thank you, Sarah Lee, for being here. Anna, thank you very much. My hunting property has an outhouse with no door. We close the shed. We sleep in with a bungee cord. We still put cheap game cam by the gate to spot trespassers. Hey,
sounds about right.
Possible.
Believe it or not, game cameras have actually completely ruined my day as a defense lawyer. Because back, not even that long ago, like 5 years ago, video camera footage was usually terrible. But game cameras are very bad at showing you like action because they'll just be like a series of stills. But they're really good at showing you what happened. But for a lot of crimes, you already know what happened because like, hey, my shed was broken into. I know that based on the shed being broken, and all my stuff being missing. And so but like getting clear pictures of who did it is fantastic. And for a while, game cameras were just, You know, people would rob a rural property and there'd be a game camera that was in a tree for a security device. And you just get these crystal clear pictures of the person who did it. And it was like, all right, that's that. That's the case.
It's
just looking at the super chats.
What? Here for don't want to blow your dong. Yeah, that's that's just Ian being Ian, guys. I'm sorry. Crystal Fuller, thank you, but they're getting threats, so I don't know. And I have a farm, no cameras. I made the comment that I have no surprise. There's no ring camera. If you talk to people that are out at a hunting lodge, they're going to have 9 million pictures of the deer on their property and none of the property itself.
Yeah.
Lauren K, thank you very much. You mentioned 10:03 call, but call 911 at 10:06. 3 minutes is not enough time to find both deceased and check for pulses. I don't know. I think the prosecutor has to do some work in the timeline. Chell CD just sent you links on Twitter with incredibly helpful pictures, like the kennel is actually in the trees next to the red building, not the one in the middle, and a diagram of the bodies. Yeah, I have the diagram of the bodies. I'll see if I can pull that up a little bit later. It is I did make it a little bit further into the night than I thought I was going to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit late for me, and I do actually want to get a little bit of sleep because
Uncivil's fading hard, in case you can't tell.
And I'm still kind of recovering. I'm trying, guys. I really am.
Snark levels at 70%.
I'm trying to get through because I'm still trying, guys. Yeah. Thank you, though. I did pull up the other picture of the game of the kennels. I thought they were really the detailed shots of the kennels are interesting. Phyllis K, thank you very much. Toward the down payment for that property, we are not buying that property. That is 3 bodies are found on that property, at least 2 of them.
What's it going for?
$4 million.
I'm not buying it because it's $4 million, but if it comes down to something
nice
reasonable, I mean, if they're like, hey, this is going for $200,000 because they dropped several bodies on it, I'm like,
man,
I don't know if we're getting down there. Jen B, present tense, talking about son, past tense with the wife. You caught that.
How many
too,
more
Jen.
bodies need to land on it before it becomes cheap?
I don't.
Maybe we'll find an Indian graveyard. Maybe that will help.
That might make it worse.
Jen B, you were correct. You were not the only one to catch that. I thought that was interesting. So, yeah.
Guys, that property is super haunted. Spread the word.
I think it might be. M169, I don't know. I do know what it's like to go through a situation where from the outside, you'd think I'd be sobbing like crazy. It came later, not in the moment. Yes.
Yep.
Kurt was making that example and made it very, very clear. You cannot expect people to just behave a certain way under certain circumstances. Like it has to be, you either count it or you don't count it. And it counts for everybody or it doesn't count for everybody. I don't think you can view how he responds to that in anything and draw any conclusion from it. So I didn't weigh into that one too much. And the game maker Rob's 3 a.m. sex coming through a cop car. Apple CarPlay. Worst. Stormy nights. I was part of the rewatch crew, so I'm a bit late, but here on the redirect from watching Peter at The Lawyer You Know. Don't worry. Love you too, Rob. Thank you very much, Stormy Nights, for being here. Very much appreciated. Maggie, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Talia E. Sorry, Ian, the lawyer also fell asleep right after this. I showed him that one. That was funny. Sandra.
That just makes me angry.
It was bad. There was I needed at least 2 more buttons on that shirt, man. Sandra, I think Ian's schedule just cleared after hearing about parts of this train wreck interview. Kurt, get ready. I want Ian to see some of this trial, especially some of the lawyers.
Here's the thing. If I'm in custody and my lawyer shows up and his shirt is that far open, I'm going to be asking the officer, like, do you have a stapler? Yes. Okay, great. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Okay, your shirt's done up. Are you here to actually lawyer now? Like,
I have a finishing nailer.
I'm gonna show up in a Hawaiian shirt, just open and like, yeah, I'm here to help you out with your problem. You're in good hands, Ian.
I want my lawyer to be like wearing a shirt that is done up, pants. I feel like we need to say pants.
Pants? I'm being oppressed.
I'm
shirt cocking it, Ian.
Oh, God, guys.
You're gonna rock the Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah. That's how we roll. They said no shirt, no service. They didn't say anything about pants.
Oh God.
You know what? I'm willing to give you shoes. Just shirt, pants.
You can wear no shoes, just shirt, pants. Down with the patriarchy. No, chat. Pants are prison. No, chat. Pants are good. Here for years. Thank you. Happy birthday, Ian, from one Canuck to another. Ian, thoughts about today's OGL developments? Were there OGL developments today?
There were.
Wizard of the Coast.
Wizards of the Coast has mostly caved. So that is good news.
Play Dungeons and Dragons anymore?
I don't know if David's going to be still inclined or if it's going to be a different system, but we're going to find out. But I'm going to have a video on sort of what this means and what it doesn't mean. And this is good. This is what we're seeing is at least good. So,
okay. Yeah. All right. I'll take that as a positive development. Joe Lloyd, good stream, Rob. Just wish it wasn't in slow mode, but that is me. With 3,000, there were 4,000 of you guys here. If I don't throw this thing in slow mode, the chat it's unreadable for my mods. So I do need my mods to be able to read the chat so that they can at least moderate the chat, because if they don't moderate the chat, then YouTube comes back and views the chat on replay and they say, bad, Rob, and they take the video down. And I don't want them to do that because we actually got to discuss some pretty cool legal content tonight. So sorry for the inconvenience, but happy that you're here. Thank you.
I saw some discussion of yoga pants, so I will tell another story that made it around law school.
Oh no.
We've got like a law clinic where law students can appear on certain matters. And one of them showed up in court in yoga pants. And the judge was not impressed and basically said, like, you're not appearing on this matter in yoga pants. So that person had to go and get somebody else to speak to it. And by the time they left the courthouse, everybody knew.
Oh no.
So
oh no, that poor person.
Yeah, and the thing is that they're actually a pretty good person. So I'm just like, it's sad, but
that's horrible.
You don't go to court in yoga pants.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Or no pants.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. My dad was a cop. He said never speak to cops. It's good advice.
And that was the last thing they said to each other.
Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. Helpful. Love you guys so much. Love you too, Crazy Cat Queen. Thank you very much. Catastrophe. The only exercise I get is exercising my Fifth Amendment rights. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that one. What about the second? You should do that one too. That's a good one. And first. All good ones. They're all good amendments.
Second and first are not good ones to exercise at the cop shop, though.
No, don't do that.
I exercise my Third Amendment rights every day.
Refusing to have
not quartering. Yeah, not quartering soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So great.
Who had blood in your dong and no pants on their bingo cards? Oh God, guys.
Oh my God. Oh, by the way, I can't not mention this. Did you see this? No. Did you see this hearing in the Senate where they're interviewing a judge, I think for a federal appellate court?
Oh, and
Article 5?
She didn't know.
They ask him, do you know what Article 5 is? And they're like, no. Okay, do you know what Article 2 is? No.
I thought it was a she.
Like, yeah, she. I apologize. She. Yeah. They asked this person who I think is candidate for the appellate court, do you know what Article 5 of the Constitution is? No. Do you know what Article 2 is? No. I'm like, I know what both these things are off the top of my head. I bet Ian probably knows what one of these things is off the top of his head. If he might.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like one of them is letters of credit.
No, but at least
okay.
You know.
I mean, the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that the starting points of a constitution are things like we are a government and our country exists, and here are the basic functions of the government.
For the record, Article 2 is the executive branch.
Executive branch.
Article 5 is how to amend the Constitution.
Okay, yeah, those are pretty basic. Yeah, I was going to say that early on, it's probably, you're going to have things like we can issue our letters of credit.
Well, it's only 7 articles long. It's not that long.
Article 5, I didn't get when I watched it the first time. Article 2, however, when she said that one's escaping me as well, I was like, hold up.
The only
1,
thing
2,
is,
3 are the 3 branches of government. You have a
Mike,
33.3%.
how can you not
chance.
ask as the follow-up question? Okay, do you know what Article 3 is? How can you not ask that as the follow-up question to that? Do
And
you
I'm
know
sorry,
Article 3. That would be you. That's you. That's you. If you don't know what Article 3 is, you got a real problem. Not
If I'm being-
okay, that would be the one that's about judges. You've heard about that? Okay, great.
If I'm being questioned as to like, hey, we want to put you on, I'm going to be walking in there with a copy of the Constitution in my notes.
Probably a good idea.
It's just like, oh yeah, Article 5, glance down. Yes, let me read it to you.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, just
or hell, pull out your phone and look.
1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. You have a 33.3% chance. It's the 3 branches of government. And the thing is, if you're sitting for the judiciary,
Hopefully you know that 3 is you. Hopefully you know that. So you got a 1 2 chance.
So you have 50-50 shot of getting what Article 2 is.
Yeah.
It's either the legislative or the executive. And then once you realize where the government placed its priority in the passage of laws, you realize the legislative was probably the first one out of the gate. So yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was like, I know both these things. Where is my nomination for federal bench? Rob, where is my nomination? I know
it's in
these
the mail.
things.
It's in the mail, man.
I know all of them. I know 1 through 7. I got them all. I could do all of them.
It was so wild. I couldn't believe it either. And okay. Island, I was once asked to give a depo my first day of a new job. Called my lawyer, ended up giving it eventually, but it wasn't there. I wasn't there long. It was wild. Yeah.
I mean, if they're having you give a depo on your first day of the job,
might not
want
want
to
work.
build up at least some company loyalty first.
Yeah.
It's just like, my company is guilty of or is liable for everything they're accused of. Peace out. Who else is hiring?
Kurt, can you find out if she made it out of committee?
If she didn't immediately withdraw her name from consideration, I'd be sad.
Just find out. It's just crazy.
All right, I'll find out. Hold on.
Emily,
she's now nominated for the for the Supreme Court.
Oh no. Listening while I cook, favorite way to zen out after a week of shipping new features. Ooh, cool. But had to thank Uncivil for that reminder to chill out and shut the fuck up Friday. It's a good reminder. I like these streams on Fridays because we get the chance to remind you guys of that. And
also, every day is Friday.
It is. When it comes to that reminder, it is. So don't call the cops next time I come home to my house being broken into while I was in another state. Got it. Look, I am not saying that.
I apologize. U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Washington. So only trial court. Okay.
Yeah. Annabelle Feinstein. I apologize if that's what you took from that conversation.
Oh, and then they asked her, do you know what purposism is?
What was?
Purposivism. Basically that
purposivism or whatever.
Yeah. I can't quite pronounce it, but basically it's like
style of
the idea
judicial
that
interpretation.
You interpret based on purpose.
It is the leading form of interpretation in Canada.
I don't like that.
No, you shouldn't have to like it.
Sense.
But you can deduce what it is just from the word.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you think it is?
What is the purpose of this law? What's
Starting
it there
backwards.
to accomplish?
I don't like it.
Yeah, but at least
why not?
The last article I'm seeing is yesterday where this happened. So apparently she is not resigned in disgrace.
Well, it escaped her mind in the moment. Annabelle Feinstein, thank you very much. I did not mean it like this. I don't think that any of us on screen were talking about it practically. I said in the case of something.
Apparently, Fox News Digital asked the White House and the whether they stuck by the nominee who couldn't answer the questions, and the deputy press secretary said proudly.
Oh no! It's just You know what though? District court judges, I've seen worse.
Really?
Yeah.
Then I'm back to my original question of seriously,
Where's your nomination?
Why I'm asking like less ironically at this point. If there's worse than this, then seriously, where's my nomination? Because I mean, I'd like to be humble and all, but I'm better than this.
Kurt, apparently, she is the better jurist than you are.
No,
because you know, you're not getting the nomination, and she is.
But no, I'm better.
I mean,
promise.
I feel like I'm as qualified to interpret, you know, to be a U.S. federal judge as she is, because I've at
Probably.
least heard of some American laws.
Terrible.
I am becoming disheartened and disillusioned by every passing moment.
You have not tried cases in front of enough district court judges. Yeah, I don't mean to say it that negatively, but you would not be happy. So, Ann Bell Feinstein, no, if you come home and your house is being broken into, that is the appropriate time to call the police. That is the exception. Ian is going to have different remedies. I'm going to tell you to call the cops. Claude Simeon, thank you very much. Can you lie freely to the cops if you tell them you are cosplaying as Elim Garak and practicing never tell the same lay twice? Who is that reference?
Sorry, have you not seen Deep Space Nine?
Oh,
Garak? You don't know who Elim Garak is?
No, I don't know who this person is.
This
Rob,
is
it is a good thing you're too far away to smack with this thing.
I can't be smacked through the screen right now.
No,
I could try.
I recognize the face of the person. I don't recognize the name.
This is disappointing news. He's the Taylor spy, and he's a great character.
He's the best character. He's the reason to watch that show.
Yeah.
Every time. You guys catch me off guard on this stuff. But sorry. Never tell the same lay twice, okay? Emily, thank you very much. Devil's advocate, but what if he rehearsed, cleaned his phone pre-charging, asked for another cord to demonstrate good faith? That's a lot of pre-rehearsal. If that's the case, then that's the case. That's a lot. So, yeah, I'm not sure. That's a lot. Hey, Capitan. Daughter of a homicide detective, took me a long time to not be wary of people asking questions to me. Always had the thought, stay quiet and what do they want? Dude, if you were the daughter of a homicide detective, I imagine family dinners and conversations about how your day went were rather interesting to survive. What did you do today?
Or are you dating anybody? Lawyer.
Yeah. No, Dad, I'm not answering the question. Without counsel present. Oh, man, that must have been fun. Hopper, thank you very much. Called the cops after seeing my OD in my condo complex parking area. They asked me my name and how long I lived there and if I'd ever seen the guy before. Nothing else. Never heard from them again. That was bad of me. I'm not saying that every interaction is going to be this way. You are hearing three lawyers talk about their experience in dealing with officers, and none of those end up as we would want them to. We go into every interaction with cops with a very, very high, like, red flag radar detector up. I've seen too many people give statements that get themselves into trouble. So just approach it with as much caution as you possibly can. And if you can't afford a lawyer, call a lawyer. Julie Bug, thank you very much. Ian, what does Runkle of the Bailey mean? I asked because my youngest is named Bailey.
So, Runkle of the Bailey is a reference to Rumpole of the Bailey, which is a BBC series and book series about a criminal defense lawyer in the UK. So that's what it's a reference to. At some point, I will probably do a video like looking at one of the Rumpole episodes just to like talk about some of the defense stuff in it. Also, I'm just going to say, in our friendship, you are the Dr. Bashir of the Bashir Garrick combo, Rob.
Dr. Bashir. I have to look this up now.
you're gonna have to watch this. You're gonna have to watch
the
Deep
whole-
Space
Why do I
Nine.
know Dr. Bashir? I know this person.
You got to
Yes, I know
watch the
Dr.
whole
Bashir.
the whole thing.
Dr. Bashir is incredibly intelligent, so you got
I
that
have
going for
so
you.
much to watch. I have so much to watch. I gotta watch trials. I gotta read stuff. I gotta do work. There's a lot.
How are you doing on the book I sent you?
It's sitting where it was before, Ian. You know this. I have to read it. You probably were accurate in the whole century.
I'm
we're
making
gonna
the
get
judgment face.
I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna go on a trip. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna bring it on a trip and I'm gonna read it on an airplane. It's gonna be great.
Bashir is also a little bit annoying because he's got this moral purism thing that's a little bit annoying at times.
I don't know if I have that, but sure. Bop it with Ian in the stream. It will be a minimum of 4 face palms tonight. Love you guys. I think we've passed that already.
We hit that in like 5 minutes.
We did. That was really early on. Stephanie Coker, play the part where the judge tells him, "I don't need to be thanked." Clip for Uncle. I'm going to have a whole series of clips that I have to pull from this week for Ian. That's going to be one of them. Sarah Lee, thank you very much. I Need New Reality is the Runkleism of the year. There was that one, and then just avoiding blood on your dong is another one. I mean, there were a lot tonight, guys. Kristen M96, thank you very much. Dick does not like to go by Poot for the Senate. He's my district senator. Unfortunately, I've never heard the Poot thing until EDB today. Interesting. I didn't know that.
So now, next time he runs for Senate, if he does like a constituent engagement thing, you need to show up and raise your hand and be like, "Poot, what do you think of this?" And just refer to him by Poot every time he gets
all the
up
time.
there.
Every time.
He will love you so much. His security people will not punch you at all. And yeah.
Yep. Or just make a sign that just says Poot. Every time he says something, just lift it up. Yeah, that's great. The Lauren, thank you very much. Sorry for the
exclamation mark.
Fusion hammer, like you won the trial, like a witness says something and it was won. Thank you, Lauren. I did get the clarification, and I hope I gave you the answer to that one. That was one of my fun moments in trial. Here for years, thank you very much, Ian. I thought it was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police who provided security in Canadian courts.
Where I am, it's sheriffs typically. So yeah, Alberta sheriffs typically in the Alberta courts. RCMP have been called sometimes. But typically, if the RCMP are providing backup security, it is because shit gone real bad. So it's not a place you want to be. For reference, when I was there at a courthouse and I had received a credible death threat, sufficient that they actually allowed me to wear body armor to the courthouse.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a fun night. They had like 8 sheriffs there, and no RCMP. So the days when they brought in the RCMP as extra backup, stuff has gone real south.
Oh, okay. All right. So we learned something today. Rosie, you guys are awesome. That we also learned today. Thank you very much, Rosie. Very much appreciated. Mario Lou Gonzalez, thank you very much. My sister Natalie unfortunately had to say goodbye to her dog. Raylan profile picture is the puppers. Oh, can we please have a toast in his honor? He was the sweetest dog.
Let me pour a scotch because that calls for more than a cola.
You do that. You do that. I'm going to pull this one back up while you pour your scotch.
I don't have a glass here, so we're just going to do this the
old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Okay. To Raylan, may that trip across Rainbow Bridge be swift, and may his years in puppy heaven be forever. Cheers, Raylan.
Good dog.
Goodest dog. Here for years, thank you very much. But stand your ground pretty much gives you carte blanche to start shooting. It's basically legalized murder because you feel threatened. Nope. That
is a great way to go to jail.
That is not what that means at all.
For all the ever. Stand your ground just means you don't have a duty to retreat.
In certain circumstances.
Yeah.
And even then, like, no, that's
you know
not
how
what
many
that
people
means.
I heard tell me that like it's so good that Canada doesn't have stand your ground. I'm like, we do though. Like in your house, you have no duty to retreat. So we have at least some stand your ground here. So, yep.
Yeah, stand your ground does not mean that, and not even in Texas. No, not even in Texas does it mean that. If you want to listen to anything on this one, go over and watch any of Law of Self-Defense's coverage on this specific case, and he will break down every element of the Law of Self-Defense in this context. It does not mean what you think it means. It is misunderstood, horribly misunderstood by the mainstream.
And misunderstanding it is a great way to get yourself into trouble, because there are people who are like, well, it's a stand your ground state. I can just start shooting because the guy pissed me off. And it's like,
no.
What do you mean I'm going to die in jail?
No.
Yeah. Congratulations. You have made a stupid mistake.
Yep. Be very careful about any of that understanding. Yeah. AZ Farrell, thank you very much. We'll watch with Uncivil tomorrow. That sounds wonderful. He's going to be on Monday. You'll watch Monday.
There's no trial, but you can watch me on Monday.
You'll watch Monday.
Tomorrow, hopefully, I'm going to be running I'm going to have my birthday stream. So
to do the hot wings.
I will toss both Rob and Uncivil an invite, and of course, no obligation. But yeah, if people pop on, then you can catch them there.
Does tomorrow have to be the hot wings? When are we doing the hot wings one?
Probably tomorrow. I'm getting wings for tomorrow because I've got all those hot sauces.
I'll get some wings from somewhere in honor of you. It won't be the same, but at least I'll try.
Okay, I'll try to live. My friends very much wanted to witness me.
Unless I can buy the kit like at Walmart. Can I buy the kit somewhere?
I don't know if you can. I can send you a picture of the ones that are in there, and I'm sure that in Austin they have a specialty shop that has every single one of them. Guaranteed.
There you go. Yeah, do that. Do that for me. I'll do that.
I've also got
see that. I see that. How many Scoville is that? Do not consume on an empty stomach or all this other stuff. Okay. I'm going to have to because my friends they have died wanting to watch me watch this, and I think I might need them to drive me to the hospital. So
the other thing I really like about this one is that it advertises that it's non-GMO and no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I'm like, you're about to consume something that warns you that it's about to destroy your colon. And yet it's like, it's non-GMO. So
oh, okay. This is gonna be interesting. You should have tried your Koof wine with Coke. No.
It might have been good.
Might have been, because that's how horrible it would have been. Shots, and thank you very much. Happy birthday to Ian. Happy birthday to Ian, and happy earlier birthday to Kurt. Two of my friends' birthdays in January. Emily, thank you very much. Idaho, Alex, how am I to get away with murder dynasty? Oh, he's an interesting character. AZ Farrell, thank you very much. The investigation is a joke. I think innocent. The prosecution should be embarrassed to have this shown publicly. The chicken did it. The chicken is our best suspect at the moment.
I'm having Family Guy flashbacks.
You're not that far off. Yep, you're not that far off. The chicken probably did it. We're convinced. Tracy R. My trauma led to the back of an ambulance because the cops wouldn't let me drive alone. Entirely different situation. Uncivil law. Monday. Chicken. Seal. Clock. Love both of you. Thank you, Tracy.
So cock, fuck, clock.
Oh my God. Okay. We're going to land this stream.
You know what seal is in French, yes?
No, but now apparently I do.
Yeah, seal in French is fuck.
Okay, now I know what it is. Like my cock gun. I get it. Okay. Robin Silver, thank you very much. I believe innocent until proven guilty. In this interview, in my opinion, there appears to be a laissez-faire approach to Murdaugh. Family legacy, ? Regular folks would not receive this level of latitude. That I 100% agree with. This was not an interview that I would have expected to see under these circumstances. So I think they went. So the idea the defense is putting forward, like he was subjected to brutal interrogation, that was not brutal. Melissa Harden, thank you very much. Love the unicorn hat and the fact you don't have a hard on for Harpoolian. I don't care. I think that it's what I like watching the fireworks. These guys are funny. Honestly, I've tried cases against attorneys that are like both of these guys, and it's you each one of them is a different character. You just got to deal with it. JBR Trek 1, thank you very much. Thanks guys for you taking this case. I subscribe and a member to all three of your channels. Thank you very much,
thank
JBR. That is very much appreciated. Very nice to have you here. I think this is the first time I've seen a chat from you. Thank you for being here and for subscribing and being a member.
Rob, will you be mad with me if I go sign off now?
No.
Pass out.
Kurt, you have streamed all day long. Get some rest.
Okay. Thanks. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Tiger Kurt. Kurt is tired. I'm not far behind him. We're almost done, folks. We're going to land this stream. Barney Cat, thank you very much. You don't
say
want
that,
blood on your
but-
dong, and with that, fell off my treadmill. With that, I fell off my treadmill. Sorry, Barney Cat. That was, you can blame Ian for that one. Samantha Steinis, thank you very much. I'm here for Don't Want Blood on Your Dong merch. No. Oh no. Ann Bell Feinstein, Court TV has a page with the pics of the evidence. I pulled that up earlier today. Thank you for sharing that as well. I did look at all of those, as well as the drone footage, which is interesting as well. We'll see more of that next week. Samantha Steinis, thank you very much. I just realized he's literally making meth pigeon backpacks right now. That's in respect. That's your coin purses or meth pigeon backpacks.
Kind of, yes, I guess.
They're a little bit. They're kind of a little bit meth pigeon backpacks.
Well, the interesting thing, so I had a Scotch advent calendar, and I've still got all the bottles sitting around. They're the perfect thing for stretching the these into the right shape afterwards. But that's progress on this thing.
You're getting a lot of practice with those.
Yep, I'm gonna keep making them, and because they're kind of a good small project.
Yeah.
So
they're fun. So
Yep.
Samantha Sinus, thank you very much for that observation. I concur. Jason G, thank you very much. My dad was a cop. He used to say, even a fish wouldn't get caught if he kept his mouth shut. That's a pretty good line, to be honest. Even
Yeah.
a fish wouldn't get caught if he'd kept his mouth shut.
It's a
pretty
great
good.
line. I'm
Crazy
gonna
Cat Queen.
tell clients that one.
Yeah, I'm going to take that one too. Crazy Cat Queen. Ian, clothes are one of the reasons I don't want to apply to law school. Age and money are the others. All three of them are reasons not to apply to law school.
Yeah, money's a big one because you walk out of law school being like, I'm going to earn so much money. And then you go to a firm and they're like, we will pay you 50 grand a year. And you're like, but my debts are like
a lot more than that.
Yeah, that's like the interest on my debts. So, yeah.
Crazy by proxy, thank you very much. Here's for some zinc lozenges, Rob. Thank you. I just need some hydration and some rest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Lauren, thank you very much. My dad's a retired fire investigator. One day, a boy came over, and my dad just happened to be cleaning his sniper rifle that day. The boy never came back.
Yeah, that's not great.
I mean, I was the oldest. My brother was the middle, and then my sister was the youngest. So that poor girl. We kind of protected her a little bit.
That said, the boy should have a little bit more courage than that.
No, my sister. Ann Bell Feinstein, thank you very much. As a woman in a wheelchair, only one door has a ramp. I may not be able to leave safely. I'd have to defend myself. And I hope that you have assistance with you. Depending on your jurisdiction, I would take a look at how you might improve your defense capabilities. Speak to a lawyer. Speak to a lawyer, because the idea, like I said, I have a sister, I have a mom. I take care of them very carefully, and I don't like the idea of them being out in areas that are not safe. Melissa Harden, thank you very much. Supposedly, he took a nap in that shirt. No wrinkles. The wrinkles thing, by the way, South Carolina in the summer. I'll tell you, putting a wrinkle in a shirt in South Carolina in the summer with the humidity, that's a different question too. So
there's also a brand of shirts that I just could not wrinkle even in like cold Edmonton weather, and they're my favorite thing because who got time for that?
But yeah, thank you, Melissa Harden. Very, very nice observation. Sarah Lee, thank you very much. I love y'all so much. Mistrials is entry this week. So glad you're feeling better, Rob. Thank you very much, Sarah. That is very much appreciated. Sarah Lee, this is to you and to Kurt. Happy birthday to you both. Thank you very much, Sarah. Kimmy Davis, thank you very much. Rob, feel better. All three of you have a great weekend. Cheers. Cheers to you, Kimmy. Thank you very much for being here. And with that, we have reached the conclusion of Friday Night Frenzy, first week of the Murdaugh murder trials.
Did you cut? Were there any developments in FTX?
There were. So let me do that. I'll cover that real quick.
Because I'm curious. And you're the, like, I haven't
Real
followed
quick.
FTX much at all, just because I kind of just want to hear your takes, because you know
So,
it better than I would be able to
here's
cover it.
what happened in FTX. This week in FTX, the Bahamians and the U.S. companies made nice. And they decided, they decided.
I wanted them to fight. Can I tap on the glass?
No, you cannot tap on the glass. 1 second. Let me see. This is still loading. So they put together a joint strategy on how to recover assets to the company.
Does it involve like turning Sam Bankman-Fried upside down and
Yes, it
hitting
does.
him until money comes out?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Actually, it really does. So they are. By the way, the estate is looking to sell the claims against Sam Bankman-Fried and the other principals. So those are assets that are being sold off in the bankruptcy estate. So the bankruptcy estate is going to sell the right for people to file lawsuits against them and recover money. So maximizing FTX recoveries. This is by the management and committee meeting report. Limitations of the report, preliminary, subject to change, fair. They put these together after they have the meeting of the principal creditors to give the other creditors an idea of how they're going to recover assets and money. So the FTX debtors have identified approximately $5.5 billion in liquid assets to date, comprising $1.7 billion in cash, $3.5 billion of liquid cryptocurrency and FTT tokens, and $0.3 billion of liquid securities. They have shortfalls in the international and U.S. exchanges. These are the debts that they've identified. Here's what they're doing to maximize recovery efforts. Sale of the 4 regulated and licensed subsidiaries. They've already tried to accomplish at least one of those. Exploring potential monetization of over 300 pre-petition investments with a book value of approximately $4.6 billion. So they're trying to put those assets back into flow to get some money. Exploring potential reorganization opportunities for the exchanges. Basically, how can we sell and or get some of these things limping again? Marketing real estate in the Bahamas in a joint process with the JPLs. That's the fun one I'm going to get to. Investigating all historical transactions conducted by pre-petition management. How do we unwind and bring money back? This is kind of all the different assets, the sources of recovery. Causes of action, that one at the bottom right, that's a nice one. That basically says we're going to sell off the ability to go after the people that were responsible for the crash of FTX. Then you've got the liquid assets that are being identified, unrestricted cash. So the JPLs and the so FDM and the Ledger X, these are the entities being sold. And then we've got some of the crypto assets. Then we've got the assets identified by silo. Let me get to the slide I wanted to. These are all the different assets that are there, the entities they're looking to sell off. Where's the property? There it is. This one. Here's the real estate in the Bahamas.
I'm in the wrong game. Why am I not scamming people?
Pretty bad, right? Real estate in the Bahamas with a cost basis, which means the money that was paid out to purchase the real estate of $253 million. So that includes the Albany Marina residences, which are all these different condo and penthouse units that they purchased for $166 million. 15 properties in this little residences for different people. Then there's the Conch Shack, which was the residence that I believe SBF resided in. That was $12.9 million. Oh no, the Conch Shack, I think that was the parents. Either way.
I just want to ask, somebody's got some serious stones on them, calling that a shack.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, just F that guy. Whoever called that a shack, just like, you know, I just want to take every doorknob they own, put it into a pillowcase, and hit them with it until they stop. Like, just oh.
Yeah. So that was one of the things. So they did that. Then there's the $28 million for properties, the other corporate offices they have, $28 million. And then $5.9 million more corporate properties on the Cable Beach. So $253 million of property that was purchased that they resided in. Then there's the loans to insiders, $2 billion of loans to insiders between Q1 and Q4 of 2021. So those all get to come back. That's how they're going to make their money. So this was how they came into. They said basically, this is how we're going to get our money back. We're going to cooperate and combine our efforts. FTX U.S. and FTX International, the JPLs and FTX are going to put their differences aside, and we're going to find a common enemy, and that enemy is Sam Bankman-Fried.
And we're going to find a common solution, and that solution is violence.
It was really funny to see that thing come out. So the U.S. trustee in combination with the U.S. trustee, FTX debtors, and the JPLs all submitted joint motions for discovery requests authorized by the court, subpoenas to Sam Bankman-Fried, Caroline Ellison, Gary Wang, everybody else involved, basically saying, give us all of your fucking documents. We're going to start going through it with a fine-tooth comb. So now you have the two entities. You remember the spice that was being thrown back and forth between the lawyers in this case? Now they have combined their efforts and are going after Sam Bankman-Fried. Oh, yeah. It's going to be. And not only that, but the U.S. government seized all the shit, every dollar that he had. You had 55 million being sued or seized, 700 million being sued or seized. All of the seizures took place. All of the money is gone. This week, kind of resulted in Sam Bankman-Fried having jack shit at the end of it.
To be honest, at this point, they should be seizing like his prison toothbrush and auctioning that.
He gets so mad on Twitter. So he gets so mad on Twitter the day that these hearings are taking place. And the second the hearing goes horribly wrong against anything that he's saying, the second that the judge basically says you're full of shit, he shuts up and goes silent again. He hasn't tweeted anything since January 20th.
I mean, that's gotta be like his lawyer's wet dream at this point. It's just he hasn't tweeted anything since January 20th.
7 whole days. 7 days.
It's been a week. I'm buying a bottle of champagne. Like,
because they took all of his shit. He can't pay his lawyers anymore. They took all of his shit. It is crazy. Oh.
Yeah, I would just be so upset.
Yeah. It is that wild. It is beyond anything that I've imagined. We'll see what happens. I'm also having people like Against the Tide. I see you. I know. I'm not going to die. I'm doing good. Promise. All right. So Against the Tide has sent me information that thank you very much to the wow, you guys, that's a lot of generosity tonight. Barney Cat, 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Samantha Stein is 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much.
I mean,
total. Well, Samantha, 45 gifted memberships tonight. My gosh.
At this point, if I was his lawyer, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to change your Twitter password and you can have it never. Like, it's just, we're changing the password and I will promptly like
lock him out. Just don't.
We're going to write it down and I'm going to staple it to a pigeon and let it go in New York. And, like, that's just it.
The funny thing is, and I know that why did my camera lose a connection for a second? The funny thing is, if he ever did watch these live streams, I imagine him seeing me laugh at it so hard right now because they just took all of his shit. And I told him they were going to take all of his shit. It's like, no, we told you this was going to happen and you just wouldn't shut up. And then they took all your shit. So I'm sorry. I'm not really sympathetic at the moment, but
I think he's still got too much shit. Like, he's able to tweet. They should be taking what he's tweeting on. Like, just like, oh, sent from your iPhone? Great. Send somebody to take his iPhone.
Yeah.
Like, you're allowed a pair of boxers and, a shirt.
Yeah. Tweety U.S. News. Yes, my camera coughed. My camera needed a second. Sarah Lee, did you get your cup, Rob? I got all the cups that say unicorn saying curse words, and I'm going to have them on stream next time I'm on stream. Yes, I got the cups. They're fantastic. Michaela Zeta, thank you very much. Can't believe I finally caught you live. Good morning and much love from the Czech Republic to both of you. Immensely enjoy your wisdom and wit. Thank you very much for being here, Michaela. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan Man YYC, here's a hypothetical to give Runkle night sweats. RCMP going to landlords to access the homes of PAL holders. PAL.
They still need a warrant or some other reason or some other ability to search. Somebody's saying spare the pigeons the staples. I mean, they could come to me and I could make them a suitable pigeon backpack. Because if I added little straps to this, but Sam Bankman-Fried, I will do this for, I don't know, one shack. I will hook you up.
The chat is ruthless. No pants for Sam Bankman-Fried. No pants for Sam Bankman-Fried. You guys.
You don't want to see what's south of that equator.
No,
come on.
You don't. But also just the chat is so funny. Okay. All right. John Hannah, thank you very much. Now there are two Runkleisms that I'll be appropriating. Asterisk and can't I tap the glass? Nice. Truffle Hound, hold up. Do we have an answer on who owns the California house that was posted as collateral for the $250 million bail bond? Does Stanford own it? That was supposed to be disclosed 12th of January. The judge allowed that to be sealed. I haven't seen anything since then. That's a very good reminder, though, Truffle Hound. I'm going to look that up tomorrow because I did want to find that out because there was an argument to unseal that bond, the bond application.
Which should be granted.
It should be. I just don't know if they did. SBF bond security unsealed? Question mark. I'll look that up. Should have an answer for you guys tomorrow. So thank you, Truffle Hound, for bringing that to my attention. Very much appreciate it. All right, guys, that brings us to the conclusion this evening. You have the SBF and the FTX update. We made it through all of our topics this evening, and we have a birthday stream tomorrow with Ian Runkle.
And yeah, I've got spicy things to eat. I might die. This literally warns you, do not consume if you have a cardiac condition.
Oh, Ian. And I would be remiss. Viking Wolf by Blood gifted 50 memberships tonight as well. Thank you, all of you. Honestly, it means a whole lot. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun doing this. I have fun doing this with my friends on live streams. So thank you guys. And then we'll see you tomorrow. So without further ado,
no matter how much I drink on my birthday stream, I will still have more buttons on than Murdoch's lawyer.
Yeah, you probably will.
Because it'd be impossible to have less.
Truffle Hound coming in again. I'm not really here. It's an illusion. I want to know who owns the house. I do too. We're going to find out. I'm going to find that out. Promise. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you very much for being here. Another Friday Night Frenzy that went 5.5 hours. So I think this is a new record. Well, not really, but probably close. But until next time, we'll talk to you then. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.